Welcome to part 2 of our run through Team Music World, a mega collaboration that was released back in September 2024, just a few months ago. Well, closer to a year now, most of the way. It was a collaboration consisting of 39 levels spread over 8 worlds from, I think, 27 contributing makers, some of whom mixed and matched and collaborated on some of the levels themselves. Every level in here is a music level of some sort. Some of them auto-scroll, some of them global looping. It's been quite a variety pack so far. In the previous session that we ran with this, we finished the first 5 worlds, so the first 25 levels, and so we now have the last 14 to go today. And so we're going to get right into it with World 6, beginning with a level that I think is, once again, by one of the directors of this project, Barnstorm. Let's give it a listen. Title screen music level. And here's the Mario Maker theme song that we've come to know and love. Also most recently remixed in Mario Kart World, where it makes a prominent appearance. Sergeant Big Heart, time for some music. Yeah, welcome. Let's try not to miss every timing here, or every little jump along the way as we get warmed up. Okay, this is feeling slightly more comfortable. There we go. And wasn't quite sure what we were going for there, but then we saw the Goomba drop a little bit late. We just need to catch that slope a little bit better. There we are. And we'll escort the bomb over to Boom Boom to run through. And catch that just in time. Oh, I was trying to push forward here to get the bounces onto Goombas. We can actually hold a high bounce there. I was momentarily thinking we just short bounce away across, but actually it's better to high bounce across just to make sure we get in a hiked coast from one Goomba to the next. Whoops. So a couple of corners we'll need to polish off here before we miss every POW along the way. And of course we just shouldn't miss the blocks at all. We don't really have much of a margin of error there for one additional jump. There we go, that felt a lot more comfortable than the last time. Oh. And down we go. What was over here? I feel like there was something I missed. Oh yeah, we needed to stand on something there, didn't we? Let's see. Feels like that was a spring location and we just didn't see to pick up for it. As we were coming down, probably needed to toss the POW a bit earlier and do another pickup. We just didn't look at it very carefully. So, let's get back into that spot and see what I missed. Whoops. And Sergeant Big Heart, we've been doing alright. Quite happy to continue with this exactly where we left off. And hopefully see the rest today. And yeah, it's been back to a lot of Maker over the past week or so. And let's push through here. Hold into it. And yes, this is the spring we're supposed to pick up. We just totally missed it. No, we needed to drop this. I think, except we need to take care of the muncher as well. So let's see. I misread that a bit in terms of the object handling. Oops. Keep bumping into the sidewall over there, up against the coin. And yeah, I mean, we were just getting started. It's a little bit of warm-up. And so we expect a little bit of awkwardness here and there as we just get our fingers going on the controller again. And then, so let's read this. Yes, okay, so it's going to be up on that goom. We previously killed the next one by mistake by releasing the POW too early, but it is a bounce on another goom at the end. And then you fire the POW over at the muncher after the next on-off toggle. Whoops. I wonder what it is about this wall. We keep going for that coin, which is fine timing-wise because you give the Goombas enough time to drop, but definitely I could be doing that a bit cleaner. I feel like the whole notion of a music level from the Mario Maker title screen has been something that actually was seen quite a few times going back to Maker 1. We've seen this arranged in various contexts with some other big Maker collections in the past, anniversary projects, and the like. But count on Barnstorm to deliver another one. We need to hit the on-off switch, of course, on that jump on the way down. We just totally whiffed it. Yeah, Barnstorm's been doing a lot of the game music, in particular the Mario series music sequencing, over the course of this entire Super World series. Oops, totally missed the coin once again. We do want to catch that. Yeah, I feel like it's marked there for 2 bounces, but 3 is fine if we still make it out alive. And of course we want to actually make that landing. Well, that was quite the throw there. Taking out our landing point rather than the thwomp itself. Makes it a very specifically misaimed throw to make that magic happen. Oh, oh. Yeah, a lot of it is just hitting blocks on target, which we'll get back and resist them soon enough. And here we are once again. I wonder how we're undershooting there. Yeah, just a bit too much of an adjustment. Hang on. Nothing here is very mechanically demanding. We just need to be on the spot with the jumps. Whoops. And the wall collisions. there isn't too much of a margin of error to fall behind by an entire jump here and there. Oh, whoops. Hesitated for a bit as to whether we could make that on a second jump or just do a third bounce like we were doing before, but I'm sure we can tidy that up. There we go. Rather like just listening to the timing of that passage through Boom Boom with that sound effect right on beat. Oh, I see. No, I didn't see the bounce in the Goomba below as our next point there. With the split, so it's actually rather obvious in retrospect. And that's pretty much it for the segment here in front. Until, of course, we lose too many lives and have to start over to full bank again. But yeah, very straightforwardly readable. We're just missing the jumps. Split, and then there we go. Up pipe. And here's the checkpoint. Run. Oh, no, we do need to crash that against the wall immediately. It was just a little bit late on the reaction there. Yeah, very satisfying timing on the bomb here and the spacing on the dry bones past that conveyor. Oh, no. And same idea as before, 2 hits on the question blocks before we get off. Oh, no, we need to actually pop that to get through the hard block that is at the end of that segment. I'm listening to the bassline here with that chromatic movement of the bassline up one semitone from the tonic, and that's kind of interesting. There's a little bit of a reharmonization here. Oh, yeah, we need to let that pop first. Because I think that's the chord that gives you a slightly different character from what it was originally, which is neat. Whoops, I'm facing the wrong way with that. We need to release first and then face. And then we got question block after that. Okay. And then dry bones have been I see the bomb is going to hit the on-off switch, and then we just need to make sure we get enough clearance past the dry bones to actually land on the state blocks that are on the other side. We may have been a bit far to the left at that time to catch that anyway, but we'll see how it goes. And we need to hit that block a little bit sooner in order to give the bomb enough time to walk. We can stay on the snake block a bit longer, I think, to make sure we actually have that landing point as the bomb comes down. Oh, no, wrong way. Oh, actually, we got it. Wasn't expecting to. Wonder if that compromised anything else there. I mean, the bones were still there, the bomb was still there, so everything was fine in spite of the fact that we totally messed up the power throw in that location. Or so it seemed. Okay, let's walk it over first, and then lots of distance here. Good. And then here we are. Who's going to hit the switch here? There we go. And then anything going on up here? Nope. It looks like... I wonder if you could pass through the note blocks there. But that's inconsequential because we have our gate right here. As I was looking at the donut blocks near the end, let's chain these together and see what we get from up top. Okay, we could use that, given that this is, after all, a super world. And look at those booms get boomed. There is a death spike at the end that is presumably for recovering any pink coins if you miss them. In the second segment, anyhow. But let's keep going. The next one here in World 6, Piranha Lullaby from Mario 64, is, I think, another contribution from Triscade, who's been a very prolific member of this project. Let's see how this plays out. Okay. A little bit late on that, perhaps. Or maybe we just need a lower bounce, but we'll see. Oh. We'll mind some of those corners. And shave off some of these jumps just to get good timings across the board. Kind of makes sense thematically that for Piranha Plant's Lullaby you would have these steadily drifting piranhas here in this dreamscape. And yeah, we need a little bit of momentum coming out of that conveyor belt so we can continue just to crouch. I wonder why we're missing that. I think we're just getting up in the crouch too early, perhaps. Because the Piranha Plant does float a little bit to the left to give you a safety point once you are off of the conveyor, and perhaps we're not seeing that well. Once again, nothing too high on that. I don't think we can just do a low bounce, though. I don't know. We have to look at that and see. Because that seems like a pretty tight duck under that piranha coming down. That was a much better slide than we had before. Yeah, so we need to get over there with short bounces as quickly as possible just to buy ourselves enough room under the piranha. You can actually get plenty of room under it. We just still bounce a little too high. And again, we need a much better forward landing over here. Oops. Because sometimes we get some really good momentum into that belt, and sometimes we just cut off completely on that conveyor. Nope. Yeah, because sometimes we get a really smooth slide there. I'm not quite sure how to replicate that just yet. Okay, there we go. Kind of crouch jump into it. Seems to resolve a few issues at least. And again, shorter bounces. We're trying to, but there is, of course, this kind of minimum bounce on the note block that happens when you do have a jump input. We need to be mindful of that. There we go. And we need to jump off of that. Jump over to the other side, and then spin jump on the thwomp as it comes in on the left. So yeah, just a few adjustments here, but just a short bounce with no jump input on that note block going under the piranha works perfectly. That's what it's signaling to you the whole time, and you just need to take that seriously. Nope, getting up too early. Yeah, sometimes we get really good momentum in there. I'm just not sure how to replicate that yet. Maybe we're crouching into it too early and we need a bit of a forward tilt into that first. There we go, much better. Except we were late. But yeah, we can get it slide that good every time. There we go. Yeah, we were definitely crouching too early. That was the issue there. And slightly high bounce off of this one. Obviously, the coin on the ceiling was signaling that. And we were doing it correctly before, but time did not go so well. And let's not overshoot. Every time we are almost out of lives, though, so we'll likely hit game over here and have a big reset right away. And that's okay. It just means we have a full pool before we even hit checkpoint. Back to 42. Okay. And again, short bounce on the second one. We had a bit too much of a tap on that landing. Mistake. We can simplify these. Yeah, even just a little bit of a slowdown there on the block, even if we don't outright kill the thwomp, is enough to slow it down. Oh yeah, a bit of forward momentum first in there is enough to work with. No, again, short bounce, high bounce, short bounce. We're just a little bit slow at reacting to that, even though we know it's coming. So, and again, a bit forward momentum on the conveyor belt first, and then we crouch. There we go. Oh, missed. This might cause problems with the auto scroll, and it does. Now after that, we have this reverse conveyor belt that we'll need to run through, plus a cannonball after that. We'll see what happens at that stage. Okay, let's get this back in order here. And again, that was just a little bit too late. We stalled a bit too long on the initial slide, hence the auto scroll giving us the piranha drop before we were ready. So yeah, need good momentum off of that first one initially, or there are some consequences afterwards. And I was trying to spin onto that. We were just a bit slow. Spinning vertically from that point, just straight up, gives you a bounce on the spring up above. So we just need to go straight up there. No further adjustment needed. Much better. Whoops, bit too much of a jump there. Okay. Now what's up with all these? Looks like we cycled through here with a state switch. Probably with something melting the ice if I had to guess. You hold down going into this. Why? Because there's going to be a push. Oh, I see, yep. And a shell ride going into a spin jump. And a little further to the right, that marker. Then, what's up with that claw? Oh, I see, that's not an icicle drop. Slightly caught out by that. Oop, too much slowdown there. So we need to drop the icicle, but then presumably go over it. So we need to be fairly quick about the reversal. Just tap the icicle and get on the claw. Whoops. To avoid the temptation to just hold right at checkpoint all the time. And yeah, you just have enough time to jump on the icicle and continue from that point, since the claw is obstructed and you not actually swing left on it to build any momentum. Felt like we were ahead of where we usually are in the camera there, but we just need to adjust accordingly. There we go. Helmet. That gets us through the boo, but we're a little bit behind here. Oh, no, we need to throw that. Once you throw that, then let's see where we lose. Yeah, because you still need a spiny hat afterwards to bump that thwomp. And that's going to be the hat check. And slightly higher jump there off the claw. Or a slightly later one as well, but we were a bit off in terms of timing already at that point, so we'll see what we can fix up here. There we go. So we need to actually grab the shell. Toss. Oh, I see, and then there's a helmet change here. I see how that's supposed to work, but we were behind on the auto-scroll. You raise the thwomp, and then once you raise the thwomp, then you get enough height off of it for a jump past that point. I think it's a standard jump that loses you the helmet there, but we have to check it to be sure. Whoops, slow here. And unfortunately, maybe not much of an opportunity to catch up if we flip it like that. Yeah, because you land directly on top of the thwomp, take damage, and then jump over as it coasts you to the right. But we're too far behind on the scroll to do that properly, so we need to improve on a few corners out of that. Before we lose enough lives to send us back all the way to the beginning. Feels slightly better in terms of timing. But we'll see. Oh, no. We need to hit that jump on the note block there. Otherwise, that would have been fine. Oh, there's also a mecha to the left of the thwomp there. Blue mecha. I wonder what that's all about. We hadn't seen its activation at any point. And again, we were a little behind the auto-scroll that time anyway, so... That 50 coin to the left. I guess maybe that's something you only really have an opportunity for if you're dropping out ahead of time. Yeah, no, you don't really get much of a shot at it here. Might have a full cycle through the allotted 42 lives on this level here before we proceed, but we'll see. That jump was a little too high, I think. And we feel a bit slow here once again. But no, we got through this time. Missed the question block, though. Does it matter that we missed the question block? There's a block on the right side. May or may not be consequential. It might have just been a floating one-up or something, but we don't know. Or maybe something that would have activated the right side. That's okay, we've got a checkpoint here. After the state switch. And then that gets us back to main world. Okay. And it's similar to the segment that we had before, except we have the passage just through here this time, and of course we ran straight into the cannonball that we were fine with the first time. Otherwise, this segment doesn't seem too bad, as long as you just hit the right bounces and don't get thrown off by too much. And back to familiar territory here. Whoops. Except we jumped too early. Oh, that's interesting. We hadn't gotten all the way up there before. It's interesting because, actually, if you get up there, then technically you can try to enter the pipe without hitting the blocks underneath. I just don't think it would necessarily get you anything unless it's a well-placed secret. No, there's nothing there. Just checking. Now, that might put us behind the scroll a little bit, though. That's going to get us into trouble right here. So yeah, let's not try that. But we have checked. There was nothing in the green pipe. We'll just drop down instead. And duck. And then, of course, we jumped a bit too late. Okay, let's try this again. Straight through, and then slide, and then jump a little bit earlier than that. Again, just a bit of a delayed reaction after we have cleared the cannonball overhead. Let's see if we can just get back there accurately before we lose the remaining 10 lives. There we go, much better. And that should get us to the end right here. Let's be careful with that icicle directly overhead. That is a bit of a threat, and that is the goal. GG. Likely to hit another game over in the next level, I bet, but we'll see how we do. Brody quest. And so we'll give this initial push here. There's a scroll break on the right side that just hasn't activated yet. So we'll play our way through this loop. Doesn't seem time sensitive from this point, but we need to watch out here. And just try to get through this side. Like I said, totally looks like a scroll break on the right side, but instead we'll come through here. There are some pipes that seem to drop you back into that segment, though, so. Super Team Music World. This one, I believe, comes from Green Heroes. Green Heroes is someone who you've seen a lot of levels from in the past. So it's a pretty interesting music puzzle level come to view a session this weekend, and has lots of state switch looping music where you have multiple courses with the state change. And this is a fairly relaxed level, actually, just in terms of giving us some room to catch up if we're falling behind. And so, let's see what we can do over here. Through that door. A lot of optional coins that we're missing. Now, it looks like, yeah, there's a sequence of coins that we're going to go through as we drop in through here until we eventually get a different exit to work with. Or, well, I guess that's the sequence of coins. Alright. Probably we don't just repeat past here because it's just the same thing, yeah. So I guess we drop in. And then you have that one extra coin there. Probably some kind of entity trickery with that. Since that doesn't seem very reachable to us in the SMB1 style. Yeah, so we have this aggressive scroll break now where you can see that the auto-scrolling speed is quite wild. And yeah, we climbed up one of the vines that we dropped earlier on. And we'll climb back up here to get the next checkpoint. I don't think we can just land on the on-off switch over there, no. Let's see what we can do this time. Back in this segment, now with a state switch. And I guess we'll drop into these columns here. Once again, lots of room to adjust. And we're back up in the clouds. Tetris T-block clouds. And something is breaking or not? No, we'll just get through this door. Well, we might as well grab the 30 as well. Before we deplete our life count too much. And then here we are again, but this time with the off state. I wonder what the drop here is going to do for us. Nothing, just checking. And it takes us down here. And it loops back up to the front with the scroll break once again over here and the really fast auto scroll. Going once more, as we've come to expect. Whoops, we actually outpaced it a little bit too much there. We were doing so well, too. And I guess, yeah, this breaks the passage and continues the checkpoint in the correct manner. Hence the pink coin placement. I think that was kind of an entity progress gate with the 3 coins having been expended, since you're not actually going to collect coins for the key. Oh, this is different. Oh yeah, okay, no, you loop to the left. I just missed the one-way panel there. Alright, let's get through here. Very complicated but effective setup for this multi-state checkpoint. It gives you quite a lot more than 2 checkpoints to work with the flags. Yeah, this time we will not outpace the level completely, and then that way we can actually see where we're going. Yeah, we activated that previously when we had not died at checkpoint, but here we are with the one up and another one at the end. Feels worth mentioning too, because I forgot to type it in earlier at this point, that there is an accompanying playlist for Team Music World that has been put together on YouTube. It has all of the source material for the music tracks that you hear over the course of these levels. We'll get into the 4th one here in World 6, and it's Got Your Money. And wait a minute. Oh, I see. There's a tossing point for the rebound. Yeah. Totally misread that. This one by S3PTI with music by Barnstorm, I believe. Oh, no, we just need to land on it straight. That's not a rebound. We just land. If we throw accurately. But we need to follow it accurately, perhaps. Unless it's a back throw. I think it's actually... We don't know how to read markers. It is totally a back throw. That makes so much more sense. There we go. And then we'll totally miss. On-off switch on the bomb for the kick onto the right, and then we jump over to the right and we see what the bomb is used for. It's used for the icicle. So yeah, we do need to take it with us. I wasn't quite sure yet. We obviously shouldn't have thrown it prematurely before. Explicit instruction, just given how a marker level typically works, but it is a bomb to throw through here. And then that's going to land on a note block, which then lets the bomb detonate on the on-off switch and then drops something on the note block. Whoops. Okay, there we go. It's a pretty comfortable back throw, actually. We just weren't doing it well. And we just need to jump off that platform a little bit faster, but the continuation is obvious. Then you land on the right side with the big buzzy. And hit everything else from there, so... There we go. Hit that, and then we do need to ride this platform down and jump on whatever spawns from the next note block, which is likely to be another red Koopa, but could be something else. We don't really know. Oh, whoops. Bad landing. And that's okay. We'll just redo it. No, I was trying to grab that. I don't know why we had such a bad slide into it. I think that was a mistaken crouch or something. Nope, wrong way. Yeah, the actual sequence of events isn't too hard to sort out. We just need to execute a lot more cleanly. Oh, whoops, too close. We've gotten a lot more comfortable with this timing. We just need to jump earlier off that platform, because the Koopa is only going to go down so far. There we go. Yeah, I keep overcompensating for the hard block. The bottom of that protruding column here, we can actually jump a bit earlier, but not that early. But a bit earlier than what I was doing previously. We were definitely trying to avoid that particular head on the ceiling, and I've been swinging a little too far either way. Oh, no. Once again, bad pickup. Oh, yeah, I accidentally backed into it. That's what happened. Because I expected that I needed to cut momentum after picking up the bomb. We just hit back a little bit too early. And we backed into the pickup instead of doing this cleanly. There we go. Much better. Just a little bit of a hit here, and then that gets us over, except... Yeah, you only have one chance before you reactivate the thwomp, so we need to read that and commit a little bit more courageously into the first jump. No, once again, backed into it. Yeah, because I keep thinking I have a little bit of a pullback going into the jump on the platform, but we have been adjusting too soon. Whoops. And backing into the bomb when I should be picking up. So instead we'll just slower run there and try to get a better corner here. We have quite a bit of trouble with these corner hits on the big buzzy shells sometimes, as we discovered with a shell level that we were doing this weekend as well. Oops. A bit more of a forward lean there off of that bounce. No, too much of a momentum loss there. We do need to bounce and have a good momentum going to the right in order to clear that jump over the muncher. We just haven't been doing it. Seems a bit cleaner this time. Good. And then, yeah, backed up too soon on that jump. I have a lot of mid-air adjustment habits that get me into trouble sometimes with levels like this one. Okay. Nice straight bounce off of here. And that was actually pretty clean, except I had a bit of trouble with the angle going into that third bounce. We did read everything accurately up to that point. It's just that my positioning was off by quite a bit. And so that's going to take a bit of improvement here as well. Cycle around each of these. Whoops, no, we need to run off that buzzy, obviously, as a platform. Okay, up top. And then better angle going into here, and then there we go. Back throw once again, and we just didn't get a very good spacing on it. Exactly the same interaction that we see up front here, but we know it. We haven't landed this one very consistently either, so. I mean, there's plenty of room to catch it relative to most. Bounces off a shell throw. It's really not quite in Kaizo territory by any means. But we still need to be a little bit more accurate about it. Whoops. Okay, let's see. And once again, run off of this one. Oh. I don't know how I was that late on that mold there. Just poor aim, I guess. No. Once again, backed into it. Felt like it bounced a bit far for me. But we just need much better control going into it in the first place. Yeah, slow down a bit on the donut blocks. Just a key here. Clear this. Yeah, it might work through the full bank of lives once again, but... whoops. Nicely placed sound effect there for precisely my kind of error. Missing the baby jump. With the classic Mario Paint baby effect. Oh, no, way too low. I kind of got in a corner there by the icicle and fell behind pace with the platform. There we go. Better spacing on the throw time that time, actually. Which meant the Koopa timing worked out a lot better for us. Oops. That was kind of an unnecessary slip there. Down to 13 lives already. Well, let's see how it goes. Might have to redo this past a lost checkpoint at some point, even if we do progress that far, but let's just try to get some measure of consistency going here. Green Heroes, welcome. We just got through what was, I think, your level. Slightly before this one. And we'll just continue over here. Definitely a bit late that time. I was seeing that Buzzy shell much further along than it usually should be. The time that we get there. I don't know where we were losing time, but that's clearly what was happening. Oops. And yeah, we did just get through Brody Quest right before this level. Okay, there we go. We tend to have a bit of trouble getting our momentum correct into that shell landing, but again, those corner landings in a shell always a way of throwing me off. Oh, what was that, bro? Totally in the wrong direction. And yeah, the further we've gotten is that second shell back throw that we were equally inconsistent about. We'll get there, but not until we straighten out some of this material here first. And likely hit another game over pretty soon. There we go. I'm never sure I'll actually get those bounces. Nope. Okay. Let's actually get enough height here. And here. Okay, got it that time. There we are. Wait. I thought it was going to hit the POW in the bottom. We just didn't look at that hard block very well. Now we have 5 lives going into this bit, so we might have some issues here with having to repeat the first segment, but We do need to hit the mole going up to the spring for that pickup on that platform, and then we drop that platform. Soft drop it. Yeah, pull back on that a little bit, get up to the spring, and then drop. Now, you do get a 1-up at checkpoint, actually, so checkpoint should not be an issue. We can just continue past this point. Very gracious of the able to account for that. Whoops, no, soft drop once again. And just land on top of it directly. In fact, you even get to accumulate lives here because of the 50 coin up front, so rather generous of the level to do that. Whoa, that was a terrible drop. We do need to jump into that drop, of course. No, I was trying to soft drop it. We have accuracy issues with that sometimes. With the soft drop into landing. I've always found that to be a bit of an awkward input. So yeah, I don't know. At this pace, maybe we'll just come out of here with 99 lives instead. No, once again, I just am not getting that soft drop down accurately at all. Because you really kind of need a nice arc into it. Going downwards. There we go, almost. A little far to the left. Okay, that should go, finally. Nope, just a little late in that. And then you get up to the wiggler and then hit the question block to launch something else. No. Too early. Of course, we should try to respect the marker, which is something that we have traditionally struggled with in any context. Yeah, generous timing on that Buzzy, so... Oh, whoops, trying to spin off there and we fell off instead. And pulling back. Nope, not quite. It's okay, we're accumulating lives. The checkpoint is no cause for concern. Oh, whoops. Let's progress this way. Nope. Okay, that's a much better forward positioning on that this time. That's clear, much cleaner. No, shell pick up there. We just totally love that because we do need to shell, probably not as a throw, but just to ram through Boom Boom to get him in a damaged state so we can pass through. But nope. Still doing a bit of an initial read off of this, so we'll figure it out as we go. We're seeing a lot more of that boom boom damage state trickery over the course of the super world than we've ordinarily seen elsewhere. Lots of levels have been using that as a particular item gate. Maybe it's just that we're seeing so many music scrollers in a row, but we didn't used to see that done with such frequency. Whoops. Still trying to get the drop there, and we're just missing the input. No, I'm holding down into that. I don't know why. We're flipping it so badly. There we go. So it's going to be bomb into up throw, into carrying the shell, and yeah, we were just slightly late on that. We had a bit of airtime, too much airtime going into that bomb, and so that's what happens. Or rather, I actually spent too much airtime getting back to the shell pickup. Oh wait, why did I do that? I second guessed the fact that we'd already thrown the shell for some reason. But yeah, we nearly missed the shell pickup after the bomb up throw, and that's what threw off my timing slightly. And then if your timing is a little bit delayed, then you have trouble with the bomb and muncher gate. That is what the bomb throw is for. Just a much firmer down input there. And much quicker shell pickup over here. And I was trying to pull back into that, we just kind of missed. And then there's a POW pickup going into the pink coin we saw in the box. Okay, much better down input here. We know that's been a bit of a trouble spot. And they're starting to learn a thing or two, perhaps. Yeah, a nice quick bounce there is best. And then we come up off of this. And then we need the POW because that's the exit point under the pipe. I see. Okay. Now we see it. And again, we just need to respect some of these corners. I don't know why I have so much trouble visualizing that muncher. We know it's there. But I do tend to lean a little too aggressively into it. Anyway, we have seen everything up to the exit pipe at this point, so... yeah, I don't know why we have so much trouble with it. Just need a much higher bounce. Much straighter bounce, rather. I think it's because we typically hit that spiny a lot further to the left, like we just showed. Okay, we're a little behind timing, just... oh, yeah, no, we're way behind now. The auto-scroll would get us into trouble with just one erroneous jump like that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, nice short bounce off of that. Left. And we... nope. Too much of a deflection on the left in that shell. We can trust the one-way panel somewhat. We just need to not land on top of that muncher. Okay, there we go. Yeah, nice timing on that muncher gate, all things considered. And that whole bomb up throw, very delicately timed across that whole sequence. I guess that's the benefit of working with auto-scroll, is that things are just reliable from the maker's point of view. And the required movements are easy to enforce just by timing windows alone. Okay, now let's just a bit more cleanly. Soft drop, and then through we go. And then we do have sufficient coins. You know what? I'm going to take this spring with me into the bonus room. Just to see what happens. P-switch, and then I guess we can just grab everything we can. Or maybe if we even take the P-switch up with us. Hang on. Because then we can kind of do an initial fall into this instead. And then, yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, everything comes down with POW anyway, so. We'll grab that, and look at that, we're back to the starting bank of 42 lives. And we'll even top it off with another 50 coin from this point. And totally miss it. Okay, definitely one of the most involved platforming sequences we've seen in the Super World so far, but we made it through. And now let's proceed to the World 6 Castle. Oh, one moment. Just managing something on the stream here while I'm getting into the level, so hence the lack of meaningful input. Here we go. This one is a collaboration between Mr. All Games All Day, who streamed a lot more actively last year. I haven't seen one recently. And Kathy Beef, or Catherine Beefheart. Once again, providing rather the backing track here. Whoops. Yeah, Mr. All Games All Day, also known as Megad, also substantially coordinated the 9MMC, 9th Mario Maker Celebration anniversary last year, and a big chunk of that was in collaboration with Team Music, releasing just a few weeks after this project. With Team Music kind of supplying a miniature world within the world, basically. And lost too much momentum there, but we got out. Nope, missed it. Yeah, the bomb had to hit and detonate on the left side there. We Just missed everything else coming out of that. But we were way behind on the auto-scroll at that point anyway. Just too many minor mistakes adding up over time, I think. Starting with this spring here. Always throwing off our momentum just a little bit. Going in. But yeah, we haven't actually played very many of Megadeth's levels at all, I think. Ourselves. Oh. So that's a throw at that point. Because you got the muncher there that should be hit on target. Because that allows a spring to drop on that stack on top of it. Very neat little mechanism there that we see coming. And oh, that was a terrible throw. Oh, because the bomb just straight up bumped the first dry bone, so we didn't get to throw at all. That would cut through both. So we need to throw just a little bit early before we slam into the obstacles that we see in that location. Ugh. Lost way too much momentum on the ice there. Definitely tons of forward momentum going into this. Which, even at high speed auto scroll, gives you lots of positional flexibility in the center of the screen. So you don't just get caught on the left side boundary too much, at least early on. And then, yeah, I was trying to back up into that so we could fall into the shell and jump out of the shell. Once you jump out of the shell, you catch the spring, and you head way over. That seems like a pretty high piranha plant to clear, though. But we'll measure that out when we get there. TMW. Oh, yeah. I know I have to back off a little bit after the throw to straighten out into the shell, but we did that a bit excessively that time. Oops. Nope. Yeah, we accidentally got a shell pickup. Now, we need to be really careful with shells like that, because dropping into them even slightly off-center has issues with the dash button. In fact, we need to let up on the dash button and do kind of a slow drop into it after the shell release. That's a difficult thing to do sometimes just because of the conventional Mario habit to just hold down dash the entire time, which gets you into trouble with the dry bones entry specifically. As one of the few mechanics in the game that really punishes you for that. But yeah, it looks like part of the intent of the blades there is to encourage you to slow down, not pull back, but rather slow down by way of just letting up and dash. And so you can get a good clean landing into the shell and subsequently jump back out. Nope, too far. Yeah, had a bit of hesitation there as we were figuring out what to do with letting up on a dash. We did get in the shell accurately, we just got caught by the auto scroll because we took too long. Yeah, there are a lot of little pullbacks on the jumps here that we need to be aware of often. And how do we miss with the bomb that time? That seemed like it was supposed to be on target, but I guess maybe we lopped it off the corner. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, once again, we always have a bit of trouble with the momentum correction onto the spring here. You need to pull back quite a bit to land on it. Then you need to push aggressively forward, coming out of it. And it does have a bit of trouble with the height there. Okay. That hit that time. It's a bit of a delayed response sometimes. Okay, we got... And hold right into this, and that gives you a clean exit. Good. And a bit of a thwomp push there. No spin jumping in this style. Okay. Spilled a little bit too far there, and the spring is going to land in that corner, and then we jump into it. We'll try not to burn through 20 lives here. And force a return to the start. Through the bonsais, good. Oh, and Wendy decided to snipe me there, okay. Yeah, because we need to wait for the bomb activation on the scroll there. And that's just a bit of survival. We don't want Wendy's shell to roll into us in that area either, so maybe we should just be sneaking under. We'll have to see. A moment to read what to do with her, and we had a bit of hesitation, but it was a pretty clean sequence going up to that point, so we're not too worried about the platforming up to that point, I think. Nothing too surprising here. Very little item handling either, apart from just having a good throw on the spring here, and then just need to clear height on the bonsais. On all of these jumps, and then... no, I was expecting her to jump like she did last time, and that was not the case. Yeah, we need to hang around the middle. I don't think there's a point in trying to bop her, because unless there's a key offer or something. Because that just gets her into the shell form. But we do need to get around her, so maybe... That's okay, it's easy to get back there. I'm not too concerned about platforming that point itself. At least not yet, until we start making minor mistakes. Oh yeah, that's the thing, is that you get a bit trapped here. And then the blaster column starts coming in, which means that... Well, I mean, it'll squish her at least. At some point, but we need to get out of there in some fashion. Figure out what our safety point is going to be. Whoops. Accidental pickup. Oh, we have 18 lives to figure this out. Okay, why don't we just hang back and dodge? And sneak through like that, DMW. And we'll come up here for a bit of a bonus segment. S for super. the Superman notebook doodle, I guess. Or whatever people call that S shape. And the music credit here for Kathy Beath as well. And let's see, anything we can do up here? No, not really. Let's get in and get out of World 6. Nine levels to go. YW, you're welcome. Hyperspace hop. Platforming by Sauce Powder. And with Barnstorm on the track once again, I think. The credits are in the level descriptions themselves. When you browse the Team Music World profile, we scouted that out in advance of playing these levels for the sake of the commentary, but in some cases you can kind of tell from the style of the makers as well, if you have a particularly keen eye for that. Okay, now we just need to be a little bit careful with the low gravity here, since it does throw off our intuitions for jump timing sometimes, but just following the slope like that is actually a nice gentle way to do it. We just need to not pull back into that spike that we've been doing, because I, again, just have poor timing habits for low gravity play. Yeah, as you can see. And then it'll just be a short bounce off the note block on the bottom, and we slide away as across. Yeah, this is a nice downward slope here, though. Very comfortable. In terms of timing, you're landing on a shell perfectly if you just follow the slope on your way down. Feels very smooth. Because you can just trust the slope to do its work. Short bounce, there we go. And then let's get around this swamp and follow the slope once again for short bounces galore. Yeah, again, trusting the slopes helps quite a bit here. Oh, missed a second bounce. On the other side of that, we bop the shell, we get on top of it, we hit the on-off over the Goomba, and that seems like it's pretty much it for the first segment here, so not too involved as long as we just, you know, get the drops here without overcompensating on the x-axis. Okay, nice short drop, and then let's not miss the jumps, because then we get into auto-scroll trouble galore. But yeah, it's just short bounces over the Koopas until the last one. Not that difficult to manage. The slopes in this level, all over the place, are actually very well placed to guide the player to the correct timings and landings, and it's quite nice to see that they just work. Roll up here and slide. Let's not miss the second jump this time. Oh, and we, of course, need to fall into the right. Low gravity allows you to do that. I was kind of wondering about that angle, but again, when the gravity is different, our typical intuitions for distance don't really apply. And we'll hit. And head over. Yeah, here you just kind of hold right here. And there we go. 12 lives here. We'll see how many of them we keep. Oh, yeah, I wasn't quite sure about a landing there. But the blaster does slow down a tiny bit exactly at that landing point. We need to be aware of that. Again, we'll just follow the slope. And yeah, we throw through it, but we do still need to slide. We can't hit anything with a spring, obviously. We'll just go through. And it doesn't matter that we missed the question block there, maybe. Kaiser Wilhelm III, is this... yeah, it's Hyperspace Hop. It is Kirby music. You have correctly identified it, I think. Yeah, it's Barnstorm on the music track, I think, which he's been on game music duty for a good chunk of this project. I believe it's actually World 7 of Kirby's Adventure as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. And we actually just entered World 7 of this project here, which makes it particularly appropriate. Oh, that drop. Unless I've miscounted. I can never remember world numbers for Kirby games, to be honest. Oh, no, too much of a bounce there. We just need to hold right into it. After we hit the on-off switch, we just fall immediately. We don't have enough time to catch the shell otherwise. So yeah, Kaiser Wilhelm, hope you've been doing alright. And, oh, whoops. Totally missed what I said there, which is hold right into the on-off activation. Again, this level is all about actually trusting the slopes. Missed. But yeah, you can get a pretty decent landing just hugging the slope after the on-off activation and just pushing into it with low gravity. You get a time to make it over there. Okay, slide over. And then again, we need to let up on the dash button. You only really played a couple of Kirby games on a DS, yeah. Oh, we're down to 3 lives here. Well, likely need to repeat the first segment. Yeah, because I kind of remember that wasn't the Superstar re-released on a DS. I never played the re-release, but I had that vague recollection. I was a big fan of Canvas Curse, as far as DS games go. No, once again, let up on the grab there. Okay, last life before we go back to the start. And we're going back to the start. Yeah, Superstar, Ultra, Squeak Squad, and Mass Attack. Yeah, I associated DS mainly with Canvas Curse, but I know that's a little bit unconventional, even by Kirby standards. There was that follow-up on Wii U as well, Rainbow Curse, which didn't quite measure up to Canvas Curse in a number of ways. It was a very pretty game, but didn't have as much going on with how to work things like the uppy abilities into the gameplay, and didn't quite have the same sense of speed. Whereas I thought Canvas Curse was really always one of the best proof of concepts for what the DS could do. Okay, let it up on a dash, and then, oh. Yeah, again, it always throws me off a little bit because we have these expectations of momentum from holding down the dash button, but it's a big issue for the bone shell landing, obviously. I'm gonna fall. Nope. Hesitated a bit too much after the on-off press. Yeah, if you still have access to a DS at some point, or a 3DS playing DS games, Canvas Curse is highly, highly recommended. And then, yeah, we need to fall into that gently, and then do a nice big lunge over to the right side after that. Whoop. I thought I'd have some trouble there with that corner. Yeah, Kirby is such a big series just in terms of how prolific it was and how much variety there was to it. I guess it's slowed down in the last generation because we only really got Forgotten Land from the main line. But, well, and the Return to Dreamland re-release. Forgotten Land is quite magnificent. We are very much looking forward to looking at the, whoops, expansion that is coming in August. Okay, let's actually position ourselves properly this time. Hold right, well, after we hit the on-off switch accurately, perhaps. Oh, nope. Just a Goomba. That's okay, we're a little behind on the scroll timing because of that, but hopefully won't lose to it. Okay, managed to escape that one. We curve up to the 30 coin, and then we need to jump up to that corner accurately. Now, we want to go straight for the coin. That will lead the Goomba slightly to the right and then get us to jump up to the pipe. If we go for the Goomba directly, we don't catch the coin, and that might be too far to the left positionally, but we don't know that yet, because again, low gravity, we don't know how to estimate anything. Let's just fall down accurately here. Oh, no. Ah, I see. Cannonball instead. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. And we have enough airtime that we can go for repeated cannonballs up to the pipe. That makes more sense. I was kind of wondering about that, because it seemed like a bit of a reach to get over to the pink coin, and indeed it was, so you do need to hit the Goomba first. And that gives you the expected number of coins going into one more for a safety near the exit. No, bad throw. We've been having some trouble today with the soft drops. Just dive down here and then... There we go. Oh. No, this is going to be a timing issue, I think. Maybe, yeah. Well. The scroll isn't pushing us that hard. We just need to make it over by the time the scroll freezes for the cannonball segment, but... Definitely missing a jump there didn't help. Okay, curve around. Whoops. Yeah, over to the Goomba, to the coin, and then to the cannonball hop. Which will hopefully not give us too many ceiling issues. Nope. Still curving into that a little bit too early. Okay, let up on the dash and then come out. Oops, a little bit too late that time. We had previously been going a bit too early and hit our heads on the hard block column, but a little tricky to see where to go there just because we were slightly off screen at the point of the jump. It actually is pretty impressive that these levels have had as much spacing available for platforming, vertical spacing available as we've seen, because of course music autoscroll has a way of cramming the player a little bit into the bottom part of the screen, and I think we just need to jump on top of the POWs. Oh, except we'll need to maybe whack this to get the 50 coin, but then yeah, if you hit this, we just need to not grab the POW as we jump up. Whoops. Nope. You know, better idea, better idea. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna place one POW here. Now we get on this and get ourselves a bit of a one-tile advance on the jump. So we need to let go of the dash. And then there we go. And the same idea on the right side where we give ourselves an extra tile to stand on. Okay. Here we are. And oops, no, hang on. Maybe we shouldn't fire the POW because of the bounce. Oh, I see. You know what? There's low gravity. We can probably clear this. And head right over. And then tap this for the exit. Okay, so we'll branch down to the fortress here. Creative exercise. Ah, I believe this is Mario Paint. Whoops. And it is the Mario Paint music. It's a level by Squink. We do need to get the triple jump, as you can see from the marker at the beginning. And a double twirl over here. This being an SMPU, it is a bit of a busy screen, especially with the spikes. But we'll try to be a bit more disciplined about the spacing of the double twirl, so we can actually land it. Oh wait, no, we don't want to use the POW yet, do we? No reason to. So we need a better landing on a shell, and then Not sure what the POW is doing for me yet. Because if we're hitting that, then what's going on? No, but we don't want to hit it that early, obviously. Ah, I see. There's a POW throw much later. Right, I keep forgetting that you can do the spin with the held item. In this MBU, because I was looking at a spin jump later that happens off the claw and wondering how are we doing that with the POW in hand. Well, we do it just by spinning. But this fall onto the shell here is having a bit of an issue for me. Because we get knocked down like that, the shell gets knocked down, and we need to lean a little further right, I think, so the POW doesn't just make contact with the shell. Or whatever is going on there. Yeah, because we're outright killing it, and we need to stop doing that somehow. J. Leon, welcome. Oops. And a little bit late in the second whirl. Yeah, we're currently in World 7 of Team Music World, which we've been featuring. This is our second of 2 streams with it. We should be on pace to finish today. So, I'm not getting that landing on the coin. I think I just need to hold right into that. Maybe hold right solves the problem. We'll test that theory. Except we're a little too far if we do that. It looks like we're supposed to catch that corner, but it's not a complete hold right, but we should be catching that corner somehow. Yeah, because it bounces and then I'm not exactly sure how to fix what we're doing there. That's the issue. I'm not exactly sure where we're making contact. You're supposed to bounce that corner and then get up to the claw and then spin jump into the piranha, but something about our input there is a little off. In terms of maybe where we're supposed to hold jump or where we're supposed to hold right. I'm not quite sure how to straighten that out just yet to not kill the shell prematurely. Because a hold right isn't quite working there. We're trying to hold jump as long as possible there too, just to get the cleanest landing we can. Maybe we're supposed to... Yeah, because it's that tap on the corner there that sends it launching, and then... So the shell is supposed to freeze in that position, and then we come off the corner. Maybe a twirler does help, unless we set back our auto-scroll timing too much that way. But yeah, we're just cutting through it because we're not catching the corner that would give you the bounce off the usual kind of shell reclaim interaction. Yeah, because the shell freezes in position when you drop it and you have to catch it on a corner, but then we're not landing it. We're trying to get that coin, we just can't seem to catch it. So. Not exactly sure how to fix that landing. It might just be that we're still actually a little too far to the left and aren't hitting the shell to the left to give us the bounce the way that we need to. Then, okay, so that's what a complete hold with both right and a jump, but then that just overshoots completely. And 2 lies, but that's okay, we're just starting from the beginning of the level. Yeah, we need to figure out how to do this bit consistently, because I don't know how to land on the coin right now to get that corner kick on the shell. And Maybe it's the facing direction that's the issue there. Might take some time to sort out. We had one shell level over the weekend where we just took ages trying to get a very simple corner bounce that was very clearly marked. But we need a consistent input there or this will not get very far. Yeah, I don't know how to hit that. I'm not exactly sure what it's supposed to look like. Maybe just a straight landing? No. You are supposed to bounce off the coin, we just aren't in position for it. For whatever reason. Nope. We did get a bit of a kick to the left that time, but not to bounce. That's a little too straight. It's still hitting the shell and kicking it to the right. Yeah, so that bounce is a pretty serious roadblock right now. We just don't know what we're doing wrong. In terms of getting it into position and how to adjust, because, you know, we've tried holding jump as long as possible, holding right as long as possible, just trying to get into position there. Plugging the wall. As you can see, we do launch the shell a little bit, but it doesn't get us very far, so... Or we just fall straight through. So I don't know if there's, whoops, something input-wise that we're supposed to do here. Can't really veer left on it either. I feel like if you get a good kick of a shell to the right, then we'd get a bounce. But then that would mean we bend down to the left this way and curve right. No, that's not it. I just don't see what the bounce is supposed to be. Yeah, we can't really dip to the left like that. We just don't know the input for it. Or at least how to fix the way that we're currently clipping through it. We definitely have to keep the power though, because we know where that point is going to be, where it's going to get us to a muncher. And it may be that the power is kind of cutting through in a way that we're having issues with, because one time I actually had the accidental power throw. That's when we did successfully bounce in the shell and scout ahead to see what exactly we would need to power for, but right now we just see that animation where we just kick the shell and overshoot it and just fall through it. And I'm not sure what's happening here. You've got all those question blocks on top of the wigglers. The one thing I'm considering is maybe we should hit all of them, because then that stalls our timing, and then maybe the screen push does something for us. If you hit all 4 of the blocks. That can't be right though, because yeah, like, no, that can't be right. So what is it we're doing wrong with that landing? Because this is a major roadblock to our progress through the entire super world if we don't know how to land it. We need someone who actually understands shells to guide us through this one here. Yeah, because we're supposed to land on a coin pretty clearly. We're supposed to do a bit of a corner off of that to bounce the shell and get a jump off of it, but we can't seem to fall on that. And nothing I'm doing It's giving me to fall into that. I think we're just so overshooting it, maybe. And we just need a bit of a lighter touch. Falling right into that. Nope, still not catching it. Maybe that was a bit far to the left. We don't know. Thing is, I don't know which way off I am on that right now, so... It looks clearly like you're supposed to just land out on the corner. But... we can't seem to do it. Yeah, because I don't see how we're supposed to hit that. The shell just falls down. You have that block that prevents you from having any additional bounce once you do drop the shell. Because it forces a particular timing of spacing here. I'm trying to maybe veer left and get a better arc going into the shell and have some forward momentum, but we don't see what the kick is supposed to be. So... because no adjustment I'm doing here seems to be working. There's nothing that's going to be with facing left, I don't think. The fact that we're holding the power there, too, is throwing things off a little bit. And we do have to hold it. Because there's some kind of input there that's supposed to be clean, that is... meant to give me a clean bounce over to Piranha, and we just can't see it. Oops. Triple jump. We're going to burn through the entire bank of lives just trying to figure this one out, so... probably multiple times over. Because the coin is our only point of guidance here. We're clearly supposed to land on that. And we don't know how to land on that. I missed a triple jump. We could be stuck in this jump for quite a while. Hardest jump in the Super World so far. And it looks so innocuous. It looks like there's something that's supposed to be obvious and clear to people who know how these landings are supposed to work. I'm trying to get a couple of different entry angles into the shell just to see if we can fix that up, but I can't believe that a hold right doesn't work there. I mean, it feels like it's supposed to. Yeah, that's... if you're a little far to the left. Maybe we're supposed to kick the shell from left to right and then bounce a second time? I'm not sure. But down to 2 lives already, so... and we have to do this consistently, too, otherwise, after one death here, we are right back there again. Without understanding what the input is supposed to be. Okay, no, we got it. We let up on the jump completely. We got it. That's the kick, that's the kick. We hold right, but let up on jump. With 1 life remaining. Okay, finally. Can't believe how long it took to find that. And we'll just have to redo it because we're on 1 life. We missed the on-off switch, and that's okay. At least we understand what it is now. So yeah, we were trying different kinds of falls, and the idea is to just do a fast fall all the way down. And then a high bounce once you get a second bounce. Okay. I could not figure that out. Maybe there's some kind of signal there that's obvious. But we didn't know how that kick was going to go, so... No, spin jump, we know that, we just hit the wrong button. Okay, at least we're through that. That's a big relief, actually. I was genuinely worried that that would kill our entire run. Oh. Ground pound. We're a little late in that ground pound. Cancel, really. Ground pound, cancel, and then spin off the left side wall. This is a very quick sequence. Definitely a big step up in terms of challenge. We really struggle with ground pound cancel as mechanic, as we've seen in many 3D World levels in the past as well, along with SMBU. You know, the ground pound cancel into fall a wall has traditionally been a major roadblock for us too, so definitely we see this Super World on a whole becoming quite a bit more stringent with some of these levels. No, we just missed the on-off switch every time. We're trying to jump there, and for some reason we're just not hitting. We have to be much more accurate. Too much of a wall slide in some of this. No, and we're trying to get the ground pound cancel here, but missed. That's a very tight margin for making that happen, because you have to be very exact about hitting that wall as well on the left side. So I can already tell this level is going to take some work. I don't remember Mario Paint being this difficult. Okay, let's... I don't know why we keep missing that on-off switch. It's actually because of the way that the ground tiles around it take priority. That if you just kind of bump them on a corner, you don't make contact with a switch. Either that or we're just jumping early in general and not quite visualizing that properly. Pounds through here. Now here's a ground pound cancel area too early. And it's a spin jump off of that to spin on the piranha. That is a very quick series of inputs. At least we're getting that consistently now that we just figured out the solution to it. After so much trouble with it earlier. Oh no, spin jump. We just reacted a bit poorly to the fact that we did in fact get the cancel this time. But it's just a quick spin off of that. We should be able to get it in. If we do it as cleanly, apart from flubbing the jump type. Yeah, we don't want to get any kind of wall slide there, so we need to get the turnarounds quickly enough. It's a very rapid fire level. Hold right into this stuff and then out. Good. Still 34 lives here, so not completely stuck yet. That gets you a triple jump. Interesting. That you're still in a triple jumpable state at that point. And then a twirl after that to get you over to the bones. And then, yeah, we need to twirl much earlier. Pretty much right at the moment of contact. There's not much of a margin of error exists there for us to work with. Mario Paint, though, what glorious music it has. And yeah, there's a block that it maybe just gives you a target to jump towards on the way up. Okay. Nope, missed it. Needed to hold into the wall, of course, for the spin. Nope, again, late on the twirl. Pretty much right at the moment of contact again. Triple jump once again, ground pound. Oh, I see. No, there's no way that you need a screen push there. You're supposed to catch the slope in such a way that you get over the conveyor belt. We just missed. Well, not too bad for a first reading of that section. Perhaps. Triple jump, ground pound, and then... Oh, yeah, no, we just need to run it. Of course. Instead of getting stuck in the conveyor. I was thinking of sliding through for some reason, but I think we just misread the conveyor belt in the first place in terms of... Well, first of all, the fact that it's pushing left and how aggressively it's doing so. Also because that first icicle is a slide through, and so we took a bit of time to react to the fact that you just need to run right after that. Okay, too late there. Once again, got a bit stuck in the conveyor belt. Well, you do need to switch to running right pretty much as soon as you slide through the icicle. That's not the goal there. Yeah, the issue with NSMBU is that, you know, there are ways to make it look less unappealing. But in very mechanically oriented levels that take advantage of its moveset with track markers and spikes everywhere, it's very visually noisy, and on top of that we have the music track. Well, I guess on the bottom of that, in this case, we have the music track. So... and with NSMBU levels like this one that really kind of test you to get a full range of movement out of its very dynamic moveset, which is very satisfying to execute well when you can do it. A lot of it is about surviving the visual noise, and just being able to see what's going on. Especially with these spike tiles in this style being such an eyesore, even by the already low standards of spike tiles. Which are only really good in the water themes where they don't look like spikes at all. Okay, got it this time. Oh no, spin jump, not a standard jump. I saw that, but just didn't get it. Then off the swamp on the one-way panel, we're going to go up with the spin jump. That single column. I feel like that's something we've seen in a few Squink levels in the past, actually. That kind of columnar exit. Oops. Bit low in the twirl that time. Nope, missed it. Again, pulling away from the wall just a little bit too early before we landed to jump properly. Okay. A little late on that twirl once again. When we see the twirl markers next to those blocks, we pretty much have to twirl on contact. Like here. Nope, once again, pulling away too soon. Nope. Very well placed sound effect there, of course, as we spill right off the conveyor momentum. And where do we need to spring? Yeah, here. Oh, no, it's wall jumps off the left. Yeah, we should have taken the time to swing there. We do have a moment to watch that since the auto-scroll has finished. We had a bit of a panic maneuver that killed that attempt there. We actually were pretty late on the spring throw after the thwomp, and thankfully that was actually not a problem. We still managed to get a jump out of it in time, but that's why we were still in a bit of panic mode coming out of that, and spoiled the rest of the attempt from there. But we've seen this section to the end at least. Nope. Oh, a little off on the twirl that time. Rather unexpectedly. Actually too early on the twirl. I was saying that we should do it on contact. That's actually a bit too early that time. In terms of the falling motion that we need to get through that. "14 lives remain." Okay. Nope. And then we need to jump in and twirl towards it. Yeah, everything's happening so quickly there. And I was on the lookout for that time simply because we had missed the proper throw timing on the previous attempt that we had made it there. But yeah, definitely a level that really gets full mileage out of the different mechanics for how things like the triple jump become active. And then, yeah, we didn't really do much of a twirl the last time we were there simply because I think we threw much later than you're supposed to. But we beginning to see that getting over the gap is going to be a bit of an obstacle for us. And, oh, too early on a wall jump. And yeah, definitely a level that likes to oink at you when you fail to clear some of the jumps off the corners in time. Okay. Okay, got it. Oh, only to miss the slide because we had a moment of hesitation there. So, yeah, you are actually supposed to be that close on the flop, I think, because when you land after the twirl, you don't land directly on the spring. You do need to make that extra jump just in time. So, the first time I got there when I thought I was a bit late, we were actually doing the intended timing, perhaps, where you do need that one last jump. Once you get into position there. And then after that is just the chokes, which can be plentiful. We are almost down to depleting our life bank here, though, and having to redo the first segment. Full spin jumps here. Okay. No. I was trying to jump out far enough that we could get on a wall jump on the left side. We just missed. Same place that was our previous record, except this time we were deliberately trying to do it right and still managed to miss. And so getting a little tense here, perhaps with 5 lives remaining before we are back in the first area. Yeah, I do feel much better practice in some of these sections, at least. Nope, too late that time. Yeah, the thing is that if you have the dash button still held down on the end of that run as you twirl, then whoops, what a spoiled attempt with 3 lives remaining. Then you're likely to pick up the spring, and then you have to adjust quickly to actually landing on top of it. So a lot of little traps here that you need to think about. We knew that was coming, we just slipped up on the timing. Oh, nope, I slipped up on that too. With an accidental crouch on that run. Killing our momentum. That's okay, I feel well practiced enough in this section that I feel like we obviously had a few trouble spots in the first section, but when we need to redo it, I don't think it will necessarily be stuck in a level that long, since a lot of the learning process is out of the way. It's just that we did, of course, have some very specific trouble spots in the first section that we'll need to survive once again. Not many attempts remaining here. And look at that. What a spill. Looks like we will have to redo it. Mentally prepared for that at this point. It's a matter of where the failure is going to happen, if it does happen. But we shouldn't resign ourselves to that yet when we have plenty of level left to go, and oh, look at that. We are back to the beginning. But we'll hopefully get through the first section without too much trouble. I see that it's going to be an airship after this one. We were warned last time about a particular airship level, and that may in fact be the one. We were warned very vaguely. I don't know what the issue is, but apparently some people had trouble. Okay, let go of jump here. Good. Yeah, so now that we've figured that out, at least, to be good about the ground pounds. Ah, yes, this ground pound cancel, and again, we need a spin and not do a normal jump. But yeah, this is easily taken the prize as the most challenging level for us to platform through here so far. It's actually mechanically not that difficult, it's just a lot of reading through visual noise. The ground pound cancel is actually probably one of the more difficult things here. It's because of the very tight distance that we have to cover before the auto scroll starts pushing. But now that we know how that works, at least, we're not so worried about it. Let's not get stuck on any kind of wall slide here as well. Okay, got it. Here we just hold into it, and yeah, okay, we got out. Pretty cleanly, actually, so the checkpoint reset was not too much of an issue. And we're back here soon enough that we still feel reasonably well practiced here, which is important. Yeah, when you actually do it cleanly, it doesn't feel that hard, but there was a big learning process involved just in reading things quickly enough. Obstacle to obstacle. But we know from experience with some of the Squink's more challenging levels that they very often do have a satisfying learning process to them. We're definitely feeling some of that here, given how much improvement was shown. Even with the trouble that we're having in certain spots. High bounces. Okay, that was almost a problem. Now, we need a nice big swing here. And then good up pipe entry out of the wall jump. There we go. That took way too long to get. Okay. Pretty quickly put together after checkpoint reset, which is satisfying because it kind of artificially condensed our clear time on this to make us look good. It is 1 minute 47. Much better, perhaps, than we deserved. Let's give our thumb a break for a moment here and then see about this airship by Long CT. Love Dramatic. Okay, well, let's aim for the P blocks, I guess. Yeah, this is an aim for the P block level, at least in this early segment. Which can be challenging for me. I mean, I've always had a lot more trouble reading markers than reading actual tactile obstacles or enemies to bounce off of. This is one of the things, I mean, culturally, that I think I sometimes have a bit of trouble with in Mario Maker. It's just that there's some very marker-oriented design sometimes that I do struggle with. But that's obviously a bomb kick, 2 bounces onto the right. And yeah, we need to catch that a bit better. Don't need it to really detonate on anything, I think we just need to get that second bounce. Nope. higher spin over here. Yeah, we just need to find that initial point of contact with bomb. Yeah, we're getting a bit of a bad angle there. We'd need to go much shallower towards it and really push into the bomb kick. So we're trying to adjust our angle towards it accordingly, but we just haven't quite caught the bounce yet. Oops. Yeah, you can't really full jump your way through this. A lot of it is a set of controlled landings where we have to pull back a bit and aim. We should take a similar philosophy with the bomb here. I thought I kind of had a duck here. We don't really, because the platform will drop quickly enough. But there's a bit of off-camera play here, especially with the airship camera bomb, as usual. No, going way too low. Again, I don't want to go too high on this simply because we do wind up with an angle that takes me too high to catch the second bounce. But we just haven't found a seat spot very consistently as yet. Okay, that's good. And then, yeah, a bit of a faster jump off of that drop. One moment, we do need to take care of something. Okay, pardon me. Let's get a bounce. Yeah, I might have to interrupt in just a moment to take care of something off stream, but we'll see. Okay, let's go. And yeah, we need to take a pause. I'll do so in just a moment. But for now, let's just continue the little pop we have going on here and try to catch the jump. Yeah, actually, after this attempt, I'm going to make a quick stop. We'll be right back, and by right back, I mean it may take a few minutes. We just need to take care of something quickly off stream. We'll be back very soon. Let me just take a pause. We are back, and let's continue right where we left off. We'll just get ourselves visually aligned to this again. And run straight back into the same bomb on the corner. No, again, not so sharp an angle. Need to pull back on that jump just a little bit when we spin. Yeah, we can't really do a full spin on it. It just gets way too much height. Too low. We keep trying to go a little bit lower just so I can get a better angle on it, but it has not really been working out. Nope, we can't back out of that. Just a straight run forward should do it. Okay, much better height than that this time. And yeah, that's where we got stopped out before. Again, just not really planning around that one-way panel very well and running to the right and timing a jump. Because I keep thinking that I'll get caught on the wall there, but we're going too late instead. Yeah, kind of a medium bounce there will do it. And a few momentum issues there, but that was on a blind read. We got reasonably far past the stopping point that we had on a spiny much earlier. Again, we can't really afford to slow down on that drop. We always think that the icicles are going to be more of a problem than they are, and instead it's just a straight run for it. Oh, whoops, missed a jump. And yeah, straightforward, and that's fine. And jump to just in time. Now, let's not get caught on the crossfire too much here. Good. Question block just gives you a point to land on, and I just didn't see that marker in time. It looks like the up pipe there should be the exit of this section. 21 lives currently in the bank, so we'll see how the second section goes after that. That timing is straightened out quite a bit. Press here. Oh, it's not an up pipe entry, it's actually just... Well, it is, but here, not the yellow pipe. Okay, checkpoint 26 lives. We actually picked up quite a few 1-ups there. And we jump off the bomb and aim towards the question block, perhaps. And then I keep thinking we'll jump on top of the cannon. Again, I'm much more accustomed to just aiming at objects rather than markers, and so... I don't think, yeah, there's no purpose to try to press that. It's just a bit of a visual indication of what to go for, timing-wise. We don't actually need to hit the question block on the top corner if we don't want to, but I don't think it's really going to be an intentional motion either way. Lots of pullback all over the place with each of these jumps. And we need to mind the camera over here. Hit the on switch, and then the door brings us back to the beginning here. So this is a state switch segment where there will be a scroll break of some sort to continue. And a couple of platforming changes by the looks of it. We already see some blue state blocks as early as this bit here, down below. So yeah, that's going to give us some bombs over there, I'm sure, to then give us the scroll break continuation on the right side. Oops. Yeah, a lot of the jumps are shorter than we think they will be. Okay. Same kinds of jumps here. We just need to figure out where the POW is going to happen. And then... Okay, not a lot of visibility there going to the right. We have the icicle there. We have a coin past that point, but we don't know what's going on past there just yet. And we overshoot that very often. I mean, the diagonal tracks kind of give you a sense of what to aim for, but again, that still requires quite a bit of pullback on the landing itself. And of course, there's that corner to deal with, which then becomes a head bump on the ceiling on the second pass, when it is closed off by the blue state blocks. Likely looking at a reset to the start here. But we'll see how it goes. Still a few lives left to go before that becomes in play. And yeah, the camera plays catch up. They're a little later than I would like, perhaps, but at least we know what's coming now. We do have a way of spilling right over that cannonball every time. Okay. Those question blocks are a bit misleading there too, but that's okay. We got it. We don't have it. I was hoping that just following the slope would give us the jump there, but we have a couple of landings that are a bit of manual adjustment to align ourselves properly. And sometimes we do outpace the camera just a little bit. We do have to watch out for that. Especially now that we know it's coming. Okay. And quickly. Yeah, we never quite know how some of those markers are going to go. So... we'll just have to adjust on the fly. Okay, down we go, and then here. Yeah, you don't need to kick the bombs in a specific direction, so... Now, we got the on switch there, we just didn't see our landing. I do see it now. It's past the wall, but... on the initial read, I couldn't quite catch where it was going to be in time, because we were still a bit fixated on the up throw. Oop, no, too early. Picked up a couple of lives on the way there, though, with a good series of bounces, so... hopefully we can replicate that and get into an equilibrious position where we can get a healthy number of attempts in. Slam into that, and Yeah, you have some opportunity to pull back here, but not really. On that first platform anyway, so the camera can catch up a bit. Nope. Six lives here. Hopefully we can make some of it back by getting far enough. No, kind of a bad position off that jump. Again, just a little bit of trouble sometimes visualizing when things are going to come into view. We know everything is, we just don't always see the timings. And adjust in good time. But yeah, we haven't really seen places where the bomb kick direction will matter, so luckily we can just kind of hit dead center and not be too fussed about it. Look at a fire flower on the track under the bomb too, huh? There it is. Did we pick that up? Maybe. I wasn't really quite paying attention on the attempt where we actually got past that point. Nope. We were standing too far on the skull platform that time. So you need to leave yourself a little bit of runway on it. Yeah, we keep thinking that the slope will do enough there, but we've been pulling back a little bit too much on that jump to avoid any ceiling issues, and clearly that's been a little bit excessive. Down to 2 lives, I think we are looking at if we'll reset here very soon. We'll just see how practiced we are in the first segment. Perhaps. Yeah, again with that Goomba. It's been a repeated problem. That's okay, let's just get back to checkpoint as quickly as we can. Hopefully not too many lingering issues in this section. That we've seen where a lot of the trouble spots are. And pretty close to the end there. On just one go. Which I guess is encouraging. You actually do build up quite a few lives on these successive bounces here too. And we do have a good attempt. No, too slow there. Need to push forward with no hesitation. Account of the icicles. Or anything else. Yeah, just push forward here. There we go. Work on our aim a little bit over there too. No. Okay, got over there in time. Was a little bit concerned about our timing there, but we made it. No. Same spot as before. Wasn't previously a trouble spot, so just slipping up a bit. No, once again, we keep hesitating on that third icicle, and we just need to trust the platform there. As if the forward arrows were not enough of a clue. Okay, let's stick the landings over here if we can. No, once again, same idea over here, just not enough forward momentum going into the bullet as we pulling back to land on it. It's a little cleaner than before. Usually don't wind up that far to the left on that bounce, but we're backing off of it a little too much. No, once again, we really need to stop hesitating from the icicle there. This is what happens when markers and experience with the level tell you one thing, and habits from reading platforming levels the normal way tell you a different thing. Very satisfying loop to listen to, at least, as we have to repeat our way through some of this. Okay, there we go. Much better. Much cleaner, and we got quite a good bank of lives this time going into this segment. Let's just try to resolve the issues we had here. Starting with that corner. Yeah, once again, we have to pull back a little bit to land on that first cannonball, but to do so requires us to have a pretty good estimate of where to aim after that with the bomb and the marker coming in from off screen, and to get under that corner before the on-off switch as well. Sometimes we do need to anticipate this a little bit if we're not reading it responsively enough. Wow, how did we miss that? That was unusual. We've been doing high bounces off that bomb drop lately. I don't know if we should. toss there. This is... look decent. Oh, nope. Got caught on that. We usually wrap around that just fine. I don't know why to jump block. I was off a bit that time, but maybe we're anticipating to wrap around just a little bit too early. Yeah, I always feel like we have camera trouble with that bum, but maybe there's something about my angle that isn't quite the developer expected one, perhaps. Land that accurately this time. And that as well. And even to Goomba, which has been a trouble spot before. Again, yeah, I see the flower there, and I think the flower there was kind of distracting me as a potential landing point. It's not a landing point at all. We need to clear straight over those spikes and get the up throw. That was previously the limit of our progression as well. So, back to our previous record. Yeah, the flower is just one of the instruments, of course. Overlaid in here. And once again with that Goomba, where we just consistently land to its left. We really do need to correct for that. If we can. Okay, got it this time at least. Full bounces everywhere here. We'll do the trick. It's a new record, except it seems to imply with the Z marker there. I think that's a bomb kick towards the bomb because we would need to be in a spin over the flop, right? Unless you're allowed to convert a spin jump from that bounce. I didn't think you could, but we'll see what we can do. Wasn't quite clear on that indication there. Looked very much like a bomb kick. Again, we're so far to the bottom that airship camera bob actually is causing some problems in that location, I think. We've had a few more camera issues with this level than we had elsewhere, but we're working around them. I felt like we were late there for a moment, we got it. We're late on that. I mean, it looks like spins should be fine. Yeah, the Z marker tells us to expect spinning, but we should maybe spin ahead of that into the bomb. We'll see. We'll try it a few times and see if there's some unexpected behavior from a bomb kick that we don't want. When the level does flow, the full bounces are easy to hit. So yeah, I think it's actually just a series of bomb kicks on that low ceiling where we can maybe make it across the swamp that way. I feel like we're going to hit that bomb a couple of times given the angle there. But we don't know yet. And we are getting far enough that we're building up that bank of lives just from the consecutive bounces quite well. So we should hopefully not have issues with a full reset anytime soon. As long as we can navigate the first segment cleanly. Okay, there we go. And again with that Goomba. Yeah, we really need very clean left to right momentum on that cannonball. We just sometimes don't think about that early enough to set it up properly. Okay, much better falling angle there at that time. It's mostly clear sailing from that point on. Unless, of course, you wind up too far to the left after those landings. Goomba, yes. That's the first worry out of the way there. That's become a problem all of a sudden. Maybe a bit too much of a pullback on the up throw on the shell still when we're making it over. Yeah, we know where a lot of the trouble spots are at this point. We just need to fix them up along the way. I just feel like we're going a bit low there, but as long as we make it. The scroll timing and specifically on that Goomba, then we're good for a while yet, until we get to the shell throw, then momentum forward. Good. Good. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just wait for another bullet. Not caught by that thwomp snipe by any means. It would be nice if the camera would go down to give me a bullet, though. There we go. And I totally didn't read that quickly enough. Guya, I think it said? Anyway, we'll just hang around here in the middle and listen to the track. And do a little victory lap. We built up a pretty big bank of lives, at least, on the successful attempts. Which will help feeding into the next courses. Yeah, easy jumps is just mostly camera issues on this one for us. And spotting things as they come in. The jumps themselves were actually very clean. As long as we minded our momentum properly. And we suddenly find ourselves with a huge left bank. Going into 7-4. This one is by Loop Hazard. With some music tracking by Barnstorm here. Whoop. And it is going to be a bit of a light precision. I know that Loop Hazard is a precision player. He's a streamer as well. Also streams chess at a pretty high level, I think. And Castlevania, I think. Doing some Castlevania speedruns here and there. Anyway, precision is one of our worst genres. And so... the 97 lives here may be very helpful. It looks like it's the on switch, and then on switch will do the scroll break, and we need to be prepared to run right after that. I do not expect to get the sturdy coin. And too much momentum there. I mean, this is spacious by precision standards, I guess, but still absolutely not in our wheelhouse. Oops. Okay, let's see. No. Yeah, we can make that jump. We just need to pull back out of it cleanly enough to not slide too far over. No. It looks cleaner than your usual precision though, but we are still likely to have trouble. It's going to dunk some one-ups on us right up the front though, so the life count isn't going to matter. At least not here. Okay. A little mid-air jump adjustment will do it. And then, yeah, we just need to get on the icicle and then kind of tap that on-off switch in the middle, perhaps. There we go. And then we need to get that drop quickly before we have the next scroll. We do need to do it quickly because I think it'll go one screen at a time. By the looks of it. This is, yeah, I thought so. The map music from SMB3 has been something that's been a through line in this whole Super world, is that you do have some of the Mario map music from Super Mario 3 that Barnstorm put together. Can we do this? Yeah, we can. Again, comparatively light as far as precision goes, and that, you know, I actually feel like it's doable for me, which is not always the case. Okay, let's take a moment here to plan. No. Maybe a bit more momentum going into that. Yeah, there's quite a bit of variety to the Super World, and given that there is a bit of variety, obviously, the difficulty tuning will follow. You know, the one-screen puzzle is on the lighter side as far as puzzle goes. This is probably on the lighter side for what precision players are used to. But just to give everybody a kind of full-scale sense of Mario Maker styles. Oh, whoops. What's the record on this? Minutes. We're not pressing that, of course. We take our time. Oops. Let's just wait for the timing here. Straighten that out and down. Yeah, I'm trying to get a decent fall here. We just can't seem to get off the ledge. There we go. Okay, good. That corner isn't too bad. Now, this is a straight fall down the icicle. Once the icicle hits, then we do need to be on top of the red for the scroll break continuation. Whoa, bit of a slippage here. It looks like it's just a transitional screen to get us over to checkpoint, which is good. One up at checkpoint, so we don't need to worry too much about that. And, oh, okay, this is going to be a bit more pixel precise. How? Unless there's something we have to do with the icicle drop? I don't know. So, it looks like there is supposed to be a safe pixel here. I don't know how we're going to do this. This is you know, way beyond what the previous section was doing. Okay, so we do have to hitbox here. Oop. And we just need to lower this one, maybe? I don't know. Oh no, it's the same kind of mechanic as before, where we need to lower this, not get hit, and yet hit. Okay, that's actually good. It's just that we have to go really straight up, and But you do need a bit of a running start. No, you don't. You just need to get on the icicle. But you need to get on the icicle while staying out of that hitbox. Okay, it's actually not too bad, perhaps. But we do need to get on top of the icicle to do it, which looks tricky. Maybe there's a straight jump that you can do that gets on top of the icicle by way of overlap without actually having it make contact with you. We don't notice that because I don't play precision, so we'll muddle through it eventually. Because I think we go as far right as we can and we kind of double jump into it. No, too far right. Okay, here we go. Okay, no, that's death. It seems a little time sensitive to straighten out and get through the piranhas when we don't really have a sense of what the safety zone is. These. Yeah, the thing about precision gaps is that they always feel like trial and error. I mean, I know that there are ways to space them pixel by pixel for people who are, in fact, experienced at reading them. But I do have trouble with it. Kind of need to jump up and get a nudge? No. Okay, maybe we can jump through it. Do some light jumps. I feel like we can maybe land on top of it. Yeah, we're kind of nudging it on the side. Okay, good. That's exactly how to do it. Now we need to be perfect on this. There we go. Oh, good. That's the only section here. Good, because doing that consistently would have maybe not been pretty. Looks like we need to just make our way over. Oh. Now, why is this saying down? Because you're going into the pipe? I feel like the Magic Koopa took out the flag, right? And then so maybe there's a reason that we need to reload into that to get it. Oh, I see. There's a star there. Then why would the star be relevant? I see, because flagpole is there. And if you face the Magic Koopa to the right when you're coming in, then you don't have it zap the flag from that position. Okay, that makes sense. So it's encouraging you to go through all that stuff, but why? I mean, I guess with a star you wouldn't quite get enough height. And I guess maybe you're supposed to go through... Yeah. The pipe, and then it would send you up through the pipe that goes to the flag. What's everything else up here for, then? Maybe it's giving you some kind of curve to go through, maybe? I don't know. Just a bit of a victory lap, then, I guess. But then, how would you get out of there in time for the Magic Koopa to not zap the flag? That's the thing. If you're respawning on that side. Maybe if the Magic Koopa's not on screen. Oh, bad. Okay, that's okay. We're past checkpoint. Yeah, maybe we just need to get out of there quickly enough for the flag zap to not happen. No. So you do need to go through there with a star. Yeah, and it does take a moment for the first Match Koopa zap on the flag to actually happen, so I think if we're just quick coming out of here with a star, then we're okay. Yeah, we just need to be really quick in terms of getting out of here, landing accurately. Whoop, no. And you see. Yeah, if you get there quickly enough, then you grab the flag. So we just need to cycle through until we do it. Nope. Yeah, luckily we're past the actual precision part of the level. But then we still need to do this bit. Here we go. Yeah, it's still clear. Okay, not too rough. By genre standards. And a lot nicer to look at than usual by genre standards. Price is right. Splendido. This is by Depth Spies, formerly known as Iris in Maker 1, and formerly mostly known for flight levels. And a fantastic flight puzzle level back in Maker 1. We need to pay attention here with the bomb throw, but whose outputs in Maker 2 has mostly been using auto-scrollers. Very proficient ones at that. There's the boom boom touch that we've been seeing all over this world. Now we do need a bit of a press on the jump on that second note block bounce. It seems like a short bounce isn't quite doing it. Nope, not a great drop there. Yeah, let's throw at the marker, perhaps. There we go. And then... yeah, I was minding the icicles there. We didn't want the fullest of jumps, but we do need to do a bit better than that. We're minding that low ceiling perhaps a bit too well. No, we want to have a short bounce, but with a bit more floatiness on the landing. Make that gap. Maybe. There we go. No, still going a little too light on that jump. I do see the corner where we're supposed to make that throw, and the want this gets slowed down a little bit when I hit the question blocks. Yeah, that's going well. Bomb's going to continue. And then we need to go up to the cloud. I just missed a cloud jump. Took me a moment to read that, but yeah, we go into the pipe with the cloud. And that's the end of the first section, so that's not too bad. We're a little bit late on the bomb, I think, but that's good, we made it. Didn't quite do the throws very cleanly that time. I think we do see a slight difference in my position on the auto scroll timing here, but we'll make it through just in time. And hit checkpoint. And we need to make contact with POW immediately so we can actually fall. No, that's not a throw, that's just... Why is it saying back? There were those two arrows, I'm not quite sure. I was misreading that as a back throw, I think. But then why the arrows? Probably just telling me to pull back. And then if we just crash the bomb into Boom Boom, then it gets us through, so we can just crash it in. Yeah, I had never really thought of the Boom Boom damage gate as that popular mechanic on auto-scrollers. I mean, we've seen it here and there, but as I've been saying, it seems much more prevalent all over the Super World than we had noticed previously. Yeah, that's just telling you to head back so you don't run into the shell with the bomb and take out both. And that's the entire purpose, just to give yourself a little bit of spacing. Well advised for sure. No, we're jumping too aggressively there. We have been hitting the icicles every time. We just need a shorter jump there, get through Boom Boom, and hit the on-off switch in the top right corner. No. We need to slow the thwomp. We just missed the first one. I did know that was hitting blocks to slow the thwomp. We just missed. Nope, missed it. Okay. And yeah, we need to get on the thwomp before it makes contact so we can actually get up to the top platform. We were a touch short that time. Just a little bit too slow on making the last jump. And we do need to go higher there so we can hit the question block. Oops. Very well synchronized too, huh, to the music, those question block taps there. Oh no, that's yeah, we missed the first hit there. I did see the first coin, we just saw it a little bit too late to make that jump. It was just slow reaction time on my part to what was going on. I hadn't noticed that there was a coin collection, but we didn't exactly know what would happen. It is just picking up those 3 coins quickly as the requirement to get through the door before damage kicks in. Nope. Nope, too slow. And yeah, if you don't slow it down, then nothing else works. And you do get hit. Yeah, very well synchronized question block taps there. No, again, double tap on that. And we need to be accurate about the rest. It is a double tap after the shell collection. Oops. Spilled right off. No, we jumped a little bit early that time, I could tell. But yeah, 2 taps on the coin, that gets us down to the claw in time, and then we continue from there. I am still late on the release. Has to be almost instant. Nope. Full tap. And then we're through. And we'll collect what we can on the way down. And that's it. YW. Matching the world map in World 7. Let's go on to the final 4 levels in World 8. Chainsaw Blood by Cerise and Kathy Beef. Oh, okay, so it is short bounces on the bones. We weren't quite sure that would get us over, but it does. Let's watch the short bounces properly. Yeah, not much of a ceiling to work with, so, you know, most of that will just mean running up slope. Right. So it is going to be a high bounce on a bomb, but short bounces on the bones. Well synchronized here too. Oh, no. I didn't mean to catch that a second time, of course. You need to throw forward and then hit the on-off switch, but I recaught the bomb by mistake. Yeah, the synchronization is very satisfying there on those bounces. Oh, we do need to wrap around there. We can't just get stuck there. It gives you some space from the bomb, but you do need to continue platforming instead of just holding right. And a little late on that last bounce there. I was wondering when we could get that pow pick up, but I think we were 1 bounce too late in doing so. But yeah, the jump synchronization onto beat is very satisfying in this level, so. Nope, missed a POW. Yeah, we need to figure out where to actually bounce off in that segment. I feel like I was a little off, even upon entering the Wiggler segment. I'm sure it'll sound really nice next to the music track once we get the bounces right. Nope. One bounce too late once again. Nope, high bounce. Just a little bit off that time. Yeah, because I'm counting bounces there. The bounces become a little more frequent near the end of that Wiggler track because of the way it bends upwards, and we're not planning around that accurately. Audio keys probably help we knew what to listen for, but... Okay, there we go. No, we don't hit there. We need to hold it for much longer, I think. We weren't quite sure what we were reading for there, so... Yeah, because the Pokey does jump over you. I see those tracks there. I don't know if those tracks are telling me anything or if they're just part of some mechanism, but... As I was looking for some kind of signal for POW release, but... I don't know if that's it. Oh, late. Yeah, we're off this time. I could tell that we were a bit slow on the wraparound after the on-off activation. No, we do need to push the shell. So yeah, I wonder about that track marker. Maybe that's telling me that I need to back throw the POW or something, but we don't quite know yet. It might just be a track for a mechanism in a level instead. So we go over. Oh, we just jump in those spots, and then the jump should actually get us through. Yeah, I just didn't see the jump at the arrows. That should be it, in fact. Just jump. And nudge it at the corner. Oh, too slow. No. I was too slow rounding the state blocks again. We need that. Catching up a little bit here. Right, okay. Gotta first jump, second jump is just punching through the thwomp with POW, and that's okay. That looks like it's an exit height potentially. Nope, missed it. I've been counting bounces, 5th bounce on the first one, roughly the 4th bounce on the second one, but that's because there's a bit of an extra rapid bounce near the end that I don't have the reaction time to really plan deliberately. There we go. Oh. We recaught the POW instead of having it make contact with the thwomp. That was unfortunate. I was doing the throw, we just kind of recaught by mistake. Just need to work on that throw timing. Whoops. Okay, that gets us through this segment here. Let's see where we're going to do this row. And we just missed. Short bounce might be fine on the first dry bones, looking at the spacing here. Maybe, or at least a medium bounce. I mean, definitely shorter than whatever we're doing here. I'm doing a bit of a pullback there. I don't know if that's the right approach. Yeah, we kind of need a steeper angle going up anyway. I don't know if I should be jumping into that or just falling. And then, yeah, once we grab the shell, we do need to ground pound into it, but then that means we need to get into shell in the first place, which... well, we'll figure it out. No, you do have to jump a little bit. You can't just fall into it with the momentum we have there. Yeah, the thing is, we need to ground pound with it, but that means that you need to get into shell in the first place, which means that we need to let up in the hold, perhaps. Unless we are supposed to hold it instead of entering. Well, we'll see. I don't quite see it, because the thing is, you know, you're going to get a shell pickup rather than landing into it, almost certainly. So to double down marker, does that mean ground pound, or does that just mean aiming? We'll have to go back and find out. You definitely need to be into shell by the time you get through Junior, because of the fact that there's the ground pound on the grinder blade below. No, but then how do you enter? Aim for note block, I guess. Yeah, at some point after the shell pickup, we need to find a point to enter the shell, and I'm not clear on how to do that just yet. Okay, so yeah, you can bounce over there to get a shell entry, but we need to not lose so much momentum. I wonder if you can do single bounce or it requires double bounce there. We'll see. Here we go. No, we do need to bounce all the way up on that. Probably just hold right into that drop. And have the one-way panels line things up for us. Whoops. But yeah, no, I do see that we just need to make contact with note block and enter the shell at that point. Once we get back to the shell, of course. No, too late. I'm gonna have auto scroll problems here in a moment. I think we just need to jump those. Nope. Yeah, we need to really land on that note block, and then that gets us the shell entry that we're looking for. No. Missing completely. Yeah, we do need to just land it on target. And it will give us enough momentum to go over to where Junior is and ground pound through there. Yeah, if we hit the note blocks, actually, the note blocks give us an indication of where to best make contact to and get rid of the spinies. I think that does line up neatly, even if they are part of the music track. They seem to be a pretty clear activation point. Yeah. Out? Yeah, okay. Am I supposed to keep the shell? Doesn't matter. Okay. We got it. Took me a moment to realize, well, that maybe the shell gets you high enough to just enter the pipe directly, but it does not matter at the end, so got through that fairly cleanly. That was a fun one. And here's this fiery cheap over here for 8-2, which is a triple collaboration. Triscade, Barnstorm, and Squink. We're expecting something spectacular. Oh. Let's go through this quickly. This indicates a spin fly for me for sure. Yeah, all the ceiling blocks here. And then we continue doing spin fly over here to instantly get into the interaction that we're looking for. But we don't have a cape at this point. So what did I take damage from that I was not supposed to? Let's take a look, because we're supposed to take damage when we're in the shell, right? So we don't jump out of the shell. We lose the shell via damage. If I understand this correctly, let's see about that. Yeah. And Bowser fires well out of the way. Nope, we're trying to whip that with a cape I just missed. And then it's another series of spins, perhaps, to get you over the turn blocks after that. So yeah, straight jump through here. And we just hold into this and whip accurately. Oh, no. Yeah, we do need to hold into that to hug the ceiling all the way there. I just wasn't looking at the floor very carefully. Of course, we see the trademark squink Tetris blocks all over the place. How come we lost that much momentum? We hit the wall, probably. Yeah, that's why it's telling you to anticipate the spin on that curve before you hit the wall. Because the wall kind of cuts all momentum at that point, and that's a little too late to launch. Get the curve going up. Definitely very satisfying to get some of these segments here. Nope, I was trying to whip boom boom, we just missed once again. Bad timing on it. And it's a very clear spin setup coming out of that. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, nope. Late in that. It's going to throw us off, I think. Somewhere unknown. We'll run into auto score trouble. Yeah, because we're behind the scroll for sure. See how much that matters. It probably will. Try to get past through this anyway. Oh, actually, no, we're fine because the scroll stops here. We'll make it out despite that initial mistake. No, we do not to run straight across to the donut blocks. Oh, we're supposed to hit Bowser with that, I guess. And spin through. So, yeah, we are almost certainly required to hit Bowser to get throws a certain number of times. And take him up by the end. Nope, need to land that. We are supposed to still have the Fire Flower over here. Obviously, it's a problem if we don't. But the bomb does give you a forward throw that will instantly detonate and get through the blaster column there. And hopefully we have enough reaction time to work with here. Forward throw and bomb. Nope, too late. Just read that poorly. Yeah, we have a number of required hits on the Bowser here, it seems. Nope. We do want to hit that so we can disable it, otherwise we get stuck here. And then let's do the platforming at least, and we make it through. Yeah, getting the bomb out of there means that the platform was also preserved. That last bomb where we took the dash just now. Okay. And then, whoops. And then there's some activation that comes from the buzzy shell that we see later on. That's some kind of trigger. Okay, luckily not too behind pace. I think it's the same idea here. We just need to stall on the conveyor belt a little bit until the blaster gate is firmly down. Because we are getting caught on it as it's coming down. Oh, missed it. That's okay, let's continue to level and just practice the other segments. I mean, obviously if we miss some of the faster hits, maybe that gets us into trouble when this ends, but we should still practice the platforming. Nope, well, so much for that. Disaster all around. And we see another boom boom gate up ahead. And we'll see what all that's about. Gate come down. Head over. Get the shell. Oh no, the shell needs to get us through boom boom. Let's keep reading it even though we're down by a flower. And if we do need to hit the ice in this segment here, otherwise we get stuck. And then we get into a fight. So it looks like the bombs just give us a head start. Maybe they're optional. Because then we have a mecha throw after that, right? But basically, the better you do in this segment, the more successful you get through the boss room. You do arrive at it, which is neat. That's nice design for allowing the player to just optionally gain a bit of an advantage going in just by playing the early section cleanly. Again, we need to stall a little bit longer on the conveyor. In that moment, we are pushing too aggressively. Yeah, so if you miss there, it's not fatal. If you miss there, it's also not fatal, but we'll be at a disadvantage. We think it's not fatal, we don't know yet. But it looks like mecha throw should maybe get us through the rest. Once we're through this. So we'll see once we actually get into the boss room proper. I don't know if we're required to have a flower past that point. Oh, and yeah, they keep spawning, so... Yeah. Oh, let's go for that mushroom if we can. You know, we should just go for blue whenever possible. Because they are the ones that are likely to hit us. And we got caught. Yeah, so basically, the sooner you hit with the bombs, the better off you are. Very interesting fight design. Where the platforming segment flows nicely into the battle itself. They don't just seem like unrelated segments. Whoops, nope, that's gonna be a death. Nope, too late. On the up throw. Yeah, you significantly shorten the fight if you land the hits early. And, whoops. Nope, too late. Yeah, you do need to disable that bomb with a flower to pick it up gracefully without wasting time at a jump. We have been going for that, we just sometimes miss. Or sometimes miss that throw too. Okay, let's just keep going. No, this is falling apart quickly. Nope, that's okay. Didn't get the hit, but we survived, so. Stall a bit, and jump. But no, we need to carry the shell. Otherwise we die at the bone shell gate here. I keep forgetting that we need to lean back to carry the shell's reboot move. But yeah, I like that the hits are optional, but very, very helpful. Very advantageous. This is 8-2, it is something that kind of feels like a final castle, though. But I understand that that's because with 2 levels remaining after this, it's the end credits level, and then one finale, true ending level after that. We should hopefully have time for all of that today. Depending on how long we take here. Reasonably close, I think. Whoop. Okay, got it. Just in time, nearly flipped that through. Let's stall here. And remember to take the shell on the left side. There we go. And let's get this hit. I don't even know what that does. Oh, whoops. Lost a flower already. Yeah, better just mostly go for blues. Because they're such a bigger risk. When it comes to sniping me. Lovely throwback to the mecha throwing of the Super Mario World fight as well, of course. It would be nice if I could catch that cloud. Did they get me anything? 1-ups? Sure, we'll take them. Okay. Sure, we'll take this through at our own risk. And yeah, luckily the spring pushes you forward through all that stuff. You hit the axe right there on the big room at the end. You're welcome. That's 8-2, out of the way. Really a very strong Bowser's Castle level. One of the best ones I've seen when it comes to bringing you close to the end of a Super World experience and unifying what has come before it. Complete with the Boom Boom Gate, which has been such a signature of the Super World so far. 2 levels remain. This is the roll credits sequence by the creators of this project, Squink and Barnstorm. Whoops. And of course we have the classic princess music. And luckily I wasn't punished too much for the late entry on that cloud. I guess we'll get a selection of the end credits music throughout the series too. Oh, a little bit late on that bounce. SMB3 credit sequence, if I'm not mistaken. I have been mistaken in the past. Okay, let's get these done accurately here, and then whoops, just need to make that jump. Yeah, a lot of oinks everywhere for missing corners. We'll just try not to miss them. No, that's an awe because you're supposed to keep it for this one. We were warned. Okay, let's reverse through this accurately. Let's hold jump into that spot. That seems pretty clean. Nope, just slipped off the corner a little bit there. Was supposed to fall into the note block a bit more accurately than that. Whoops, and slide much more accurately than that. Oh, that was pushing me out slightly, and that's going to run us into some auto-scroll trouble here. Slipped up a bit after going for that 10 coin for once. Much better. And how did I miss that? That was... Oh yeah, because we got in so close that the thwomp actually got up into the air. It was off the ground. And we didn't manage to hit it directly regardless. Okay, that's a little more accurate. And it's going to say, thank you. You are a super player. Do we need to pop them both? I bet we do. And there we go, there's the entity gate. But your princess is behind another entity limit. One. One castle, more one. One more castle. Hang on. Let's figure out how to actually get the state switch here, though. Oh, and we don't need a double tap, obviously. One more castle. There we go. Now for the true ending. Appropriately, the grand finale to Team Music World is, well, first of all, music from Chrono Trigger. One of the greatest of all JRPG soundtracks. Also, it is by composer, who is one of the most important figures in the development of this particular form of Mario Maker, going back to Mario Maker 1. Oh, no. How did I hit the spike there? I think I accidentally caught the vine on an up diagonal. I wasn't watching that carefully. Okay. And we need to do the cloud pluck pretty quickly here. That's what's necessary with the SMB2 mushroom so far. Nope, missed that gate. Let's see what is here anyway, though. Yeah, it looks like you need to match it up with the SMB2 crouch jump and then get on a wiggler that gets you up to the on-off switch after that. No, let's not fall off the corner. On-off switch. There we go. No, we need to not hit that. And then it'll be SB2 crouch jump, on-off switch up over there. And then looks like a drop on top of one of the vines before we continue past that point. So we do need to grip on one of the vines. And then probably jump out to another wiggler on a track after that. We'll see. Nope, missed it. Too late. Yeah, so after the on-off switch, we need to get ready to crouch pretty much right away. Whoops. Yeah, short bounces there so we can get ahead of Wiggler. Not too slow that time, but at least we got the crouch timing down. I mean, we were still in an invincible state, so I don't know if we actually successfully avoided contact. Nope, hang on. Yeah, curving back on that one has been a bit of a problem so far. We'll try to do that a bit more accurately without losing so much time. Whoops. once again, yeah, just missing a down input on the cloud pluck. Be very instantaneous about that. Nope, missed it. We face down that time, we just missed a pluck somehow. Yeah, we're definitely burning a bit too much time on that turnaround by the pipes. It could be much improved. Nope. Just a lot of momentum control coming out of the first wiggle on the bottom. Oh, no, too slow. Yeah, the thing is we have to go short bounces completely in that segment. Otherwise we just don't get ahead of the big wiggler quickly enough to evade it. Nope. Have to hit that a bit higher on the left side. That's just coming down. Crouch. Nope. Missed that. Okay, we don't need to cling on to the vine, we can just bounce on a wiggler. Bounce on a short bounce until we hit the wiggler coming in from right to left. That's on the next track after that. We hadn't seen that spawn previously, so we didn't know. Nope. Jumped too early. And yeah, if we jump quickly enough, then we actually do an additional jump to bounce on top of the wiggler that gets us up to the on-off switch. Short bounces only. Crouch. How did we get hit that time? That was unfortunate. It took too long there, but I'll try to catch up. Oh, no, missed it. I'm trapped a bit in the corner. I don't know why I was expecting to have some kind of bounce there, but no, we do need to make that jump before we crash into the wall. Nope, missed it. So yeah, once that sinks, then there should be another wiggler that drops off from the activation of the on-off switch. It drops over where the vines are. We use that as the next bounce. Good. Good. And then, well, let's continue to bounce this so we can see what's going on here. Looks like you need to crouch from that point, and then short bounces over the first note block. And then continue to the second. Nope. Okay. We need to jump and wiggle a little further to the right there, and I think we can make that. We crouch jump specifically because we need to keep our head under the spikes after that, I believe. Not going for that 50 just yet until we sort some things out. Oh, you can't do that then. Interesting. I guess you do have to go through the donut block on the right. I didn't know that. Bit of a troll there. Oh, a bit late. With a double bounce and a wiggler that we shouldn't have taken. No, we can't do the double bounce there. We do not have the time to burn on that. And we know that. Nope. Yeah, we do need to sneak over. We just... Unless that's too late to begin with. No, I mean, you know the donut block's gonna be safe. Unless there's anything underneath it directly, but... I passed that before. I don't know about that, though. I think maybe it's just our angle into that. Maybe we need to go sooner rather than later. I'm not quite sure because the block there does complicate things. And I'm not exactly sure if it's enforcing that we go earlier or later. Later doesn't seem possible because we don't get a good angle underneath the donut blocks without activating the invisible block up top. So I think we just go earlier and have a better arc towards landing on the donut block directly, rather than trying to enter it from below. Nope. Oops. Yeah, the issue with troll blocks like that is that it's not just that they're a troll necessarily, it's more that they render that jump unexpectedly unintuitive in terms of reading what is supposed to happen. But you know what, let's try to fall in. Yeah, so that's safe. You fall in early. And that's why you need to crouch jump here, because otherwise you're too tall. Oh, missed the grab. While we were sliding over. Fall in, and then, oh, looks like we're almost going to miss it that time. Yeah, we're too late this time. We're not supposed to be caught by that wiggler. It does act as a bit of a gate in its own right if we're a bit behind pace. Nope, missed it. Yeah, this wraparound here is still giving me a little bit of trouble just in terms of the momentum correction when it should happen. When we get it, it's nope, 2 bounces too much. When we do get that pattern down correctly, it does feel very intuitive. It's just dodging everything to begin with and getting the quick cloud grab over here. No, we need to crouch going in there, otherwise we don't have another opportunity to do so. We want to land on the right side of that wiggler as far as we can to have a realistic chance of getting a landing points after that. Nope. Well, let's practice this bit anyway. Yeah, that's much too late there. You need to crouch and then go as close to the end as you can, I think. No, too much. Too much. Double bounce will kill the timing. We've seen that a few times already. Nope, miss. quite a sense of momentum going up to that point, though, when you do get it right. Missed it. Again, catching too low. Still fine. Just barely. Nope. I felt like we were offset a little bit behind that time, but... Try to get it. Yeah, no, that has to be short bounces over there. I can never quite tell if it's just one short bounce or two to get on the next wiggler, but we just need to improvise through there, I think, until we have a consistent pattern down. Life count's getting wrecked here, but that's okay, because we're still starting from the beginning. It might not be okay if we struggle to get it to a checkpoint and then lose it immediately, but that's okay. We'll manage. Yeah, short bounce will do it. Short bounce, high bounce, and then probably another high bounce to get a very early approach before we get to that donut block. Nope, double bounce kills it. Can't do it. Have to do in one. Yeah, the timing lines up, it really lines up. So, one short bounce, then short, long. Oh no, crouch. And then we missed a jump regardless. Yeah. So yeah, crouch jump and then hit that thing on the right. Still haven't made that one yet. That's been our limit so far. We have not actually successfully made a crouch jump sequence. Missed. A whole lot of targets to hit here. Okay, first time through. Nope, missed it. Well, and then this is where we're gated off. Because we do need the cloud pluck here. And we also need to successfully get the cloud pluck after that, which implies a little bit of jumping back and forth to time ourselves around both the skewer and fire bar, I think. We'll have to work out how that's going to go when we get back there. Nope, missed it. Yeah, because you need to hit and keep the SMB2 mushroom all the way to the pipe entry. Too late, for some reason. Okay, over we go. Usually a short bounce there works fine. I think we're just a little bit off our usual timing. And moreover, well, camera position's not going to matter because the auto scroll, but definitely something about our jump timing was off then. Okay. Nope, missed it. Well, we did make it that far with SMU2 Mushroom. Also, I see some bombs up top that I think are just instruments, but we'll see what that's all about. But yeah, it looks like we just need to dodge the fire cycle and the skewer in tandem and hit those blocks. An appropriate sequence. Oh, too late. I think we just had a bit of a bad turnaround early in that liquid and pipe column, as we've done so many times before. And we went up late here to begin with. Whoops. Four lives remain. That's okay, let's just practice. We do need to repeat the segment, no big deal. And we will need to, but let's try to practice these jumps anyway before we get to the next cloud gate. There's quite a lot that we can practice. Oop. And yeah, all the bombs are just part of the music track. I think I bumped up into the top row on first activation. Whoops. So yeah, we pluck the cloud, we dodge the skewer, we dodge the fire bar, we pop our way over to the pipe. We'll hit game over first, though, by the looks of it, despite having worked our way up to the bank of 99 a couple of levels ago. Oh, yeah, and that's gonna be death. That's okay. We'll continue. Yeah, that's a really tricky one to hit, because you need to pull back at just the right time. Catch the platform and then proceed from there. Oh, we made it, just barely. We seem to have gotten back in alignment here. There we go. Yeah, no reversing circuit fire bar necessary. We just go through like that with the SMB2 jump just in time. Now we do need to lean right into this bit here. Nope, we stay crouched. It's okay, first segment. I'm somewhat mastered. Nope, and then we do need to crouch through the ice slide over there. That happened pretty quickly, so... Yeah, so we do get a bit of a screen push here up to the 30 coin. I don't know if maybe we're behind pace when we see that, but... The coins do indicate to me, I think, when we should be planning around high bounces. And so maybe at that point we should already be getting ready to boost over. Oops, if we don't fall off first. Yeah, we do need to hold right into that until it comes up the column. There we go. Nope, slow bounce there. And once we jump over, we slide over and then plug the clouds past the ice. So yeah, we don't want to get into a high bounce until we get up to the coins, so we can get the screen push. Nope, missed it. So pluck this one, pluck the next one, and then we have another wiggler to land on the other side. Yeah, we just need to be ready for the screen push so we can actually lean right. I think the screen push is part of the intense sequence, judging by what we've been reading so far. Oh, a little bit slow there. Yeah, we were just a little bit slow on the pluck. Nope. Backed off too early. Yeah, not quite hitting that timing yet. Nope. Yeah, there comes a point where the screen push comes in, we do need to lean right. But we're just not getting that timing down yet. But it clearly is supposed to be some kind of screen push momentum. There we go. Okay, let's not stall too much here. No. Too late. We are supposed to fall into that. You can't really jump into that. It's a little late for something there. Can't quite get this timing down just yet. Yeah, you are supposed to start holding jump at the coin, and then you let the screen push you over the other coins, but we can't quite get the right moment here. No. It's funny, I think when we weren't overthinking it, the early attempts went better in some ways. Okay, we need to not stall so much on cloud flux. There we go. And that's late. Because we're supposed to ride the cannonball with SMB2. So it's on tap 5 that we start holding, and then tap 5 and 6 matches the coins. There we go. That's correct, finally. I finally see what it's signaling. Oh, missed it. And yeah, short bounce works in that wiggler just before this as well. There we go, bounces 5 and 6. Okay, let's erase this. Oh, and then we do need to duck into it. And we duck into it to get the high jump. Okay, finally lined that up properly. Nope, missed it. Missed it. Sometimes we actually tap a little too early before we're into crouch, and that's why we're missing grab. Nope, missed it. Rather got out of the crouch too soon. When in doubt, you play to the beat. Missed it. But let's do the rest of the jumps just to see what's going on. Okay. And yeah, we're supposed to just let him lift us up. It's funny, we lost SMB2 at that point, but hadn't hit a gate where it matters. It might matter after that, but that's a significant sequence we solved. Okay, let's see if we can catch it. Got it. Nope. But we'll keep on going. Again, just in case. Gating doesn't matter too much, but we'll just let it lift us. And then we can go through, but then is there a power-up check on the other side? There is. Yeah, so we do need to make it through with SMB2 as expected. Nope. So it bounces 5 and 6. So yeah, it's that one drop that we're not quite hitting yet. Yeah, the cloud plugs are well timed to the music, so that's one thing that we should keep in mind. There we go. Except we hit that, so let's just take the death. We know that's not going to get past the gate. So it's just a matter of jumping over to Spiny. Nothing else to do about that. Just a matter of accuracy. Yeah, the music gives you a sense of whether you're on pace to get to cloud grabs here. Oh, missed it. Once again, just pressing Y too early, and then it's a bit long until the next available press, so... Yeah, once you understand what the timing is supposed to be, some of these feel really smooth. We are dwindling in the life count, though. Nope. Yeah, fuck that jump. You need to do a really short jump, possibly even a crouch jump over to Spiny. Nope, missed it. Do it quickly enough as we can. Nope, too late. Too late. We lost too much time at some point there. I think maybe the short jump over to Spiny threw me off. Nice and quick around here. And ride the balloon. Good. We'll get the cloud pluck. And then let's enter the pipe without falling. And are you serious? Okay. Yeah, so that's a bit of a troll moment, that's all. But that's the only thing for the axe. It's a composer level, that stuff happens. He has his particular sense of humor. I'm confident we can get back there without too much difficulty. With the practice we'll put in. Really quite a thrilling sequence. I love how consistently you can get it down, and I think that speaks highly to the level. So, we just let Bowser do his things first. Then we pluck before we hit this, and then we get out of there, right? Actually, it doesn't matter. We can afford to lose SMB2 at this point, and we can still grab that. So, that is the ending. The true ending to Team Music World. Yeah, fantastic level, actually. one of the better composer creations I've played in Maker 2, I think. Even with the cheeky moments along the way. And even the things that were slight obstacles in terms of reading, like the screen push in the second segment in particular, and that lovely balloon ride near the end on the Wigglers. Those gave you plenty of very memorable hooks that were unique to this level, so yeah, and at last we were through it. Team Music, 39 levels, and what an experience it was. We'll just do a little scroll through here to do a proper credit roll on screen. And really quite a lot to chew on when just remembering everything that we've gone through here. Some very memorable creations along the way. And just a lot of mechanical variety level to level. For something that was all music, largely, but not entirely scrolling. It's something pretty mechanically unique to chew on from one level to the next. And a pretty decent range of mid-expert difficulty as well. And yeah, this is... Well, we got through the first 5 worlds in the previous stream, and then got through the rest today. We managed to split that pretty efficiently, I think. It's kind of interesting to see what some of the clear rates are as well, just for comparison with our own experience. Yeah, not surprising that would be down about a 1. The other thing that stuck us for a while today was, of course, was the squink level here. But then again, you know, that's partly NSMBU noisiness. Interesting that the airship level is this far down in clear rate. Maybe some people also had more issues with the camera than we did already, but I'm surprised that is as low as it is, given that the jumps themselves are not so much the complication. And you never know, there's a really variable skill level to a lot of this. And then, yeah, down here, this is about a 1% at the end. And, yeah, what a wild time this was. Very pleased with it as a complete package, and I'm glad we really got to explore it properly. And that'll pretty much do it. Congratulations to all of the makers involved. You can see that this whole set has been lavished with many, many plays as richly deserved. And really speaks to what a very complete feeling project that was put together. One of the stronger collaborative super worlds that we've seen, but that's kind of expected just given the quality of this particular group and just its durability in the maker scene over a long period of many years. And once again, a special hand to Barnstorm and Squink for having substantially contributed to this, as well as coordinating it, and also just getting this account together and this massive series of uploads. As was pointed out to us in the previous stream, in some ways copying a music level tile by tile is equally as painstaking, if not more so, than putting it together in the first place. So really remarkable to see this all come together as one big project. Thank you so much for watching. We will pass our remaining audience elsewhere, and we'll see what we feature next when it comes to some maker projects, but we definitely have a couple of things in mind when it comes to catching up to content like this in a more curated fashion. Thanks again for joining us today, And until we meet again for more Mario Maker and non-Maker shenanigans, have a wonderful day ahead of you with whatever you may be playing or making. And as always, very well.